Well, welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, this is what it sounds like. Yes, today we have David Pyne coming on. David Pyne's going to probably talk about some national defense type situations and such as that. We've had him on in the previous iteration of this. Very good conversation, interesting subjects. We're going to cover some news, funny stuff. And then we've got Monica Wilbur coming on. She is running for the Utah State Board, District 10.
The school board.
Yeah, school board.
Hi, everybody.
And so she's going to give us her pitch. We're hoping we get everyone. There's, I believe, 3 people running for that position, maybe 4. We've got 2 Republicans and at least 1 Democrat. So we're going to try to get them all on, get them all through here. School board is extremely important.
So important.
I think I would argue the most important. But anyways, and in between there, we're going to chat about stuff going on. I don't know. May as well kick it off with a kind of a explosive thing, I suppose. So Allie Bradley. I don't know who Allie Bradley is, but I'll just go ahead. She posted on X something that kind of caught my eye. Kind of made me a little bit, I don't know, leery about what we're looking at here. Let me get this sharing up there. I've been told we're not supposed to do this anymore because it looks weird, but for this, I think we will. Just to make sure. So she says, multiple Border Patrol sources confirm the soft-sided migrant process facility Firefly. So I guess there's one of those facilities where they gather up all the people coming across the border in Eagle Pass, evacuated everyone to other facilities within the Del Rio sector last night. The FBI was alerted to threats by 2 known extremists who are targeting Firefly because they claim it is a smuggling hub, saying that they plan to overthrow it by any means necessary. The report shows this could happen anytime between yesterday and Monday. According to the reports, they are also planning to infiltrate the convoy headed there and target other law enforcement.
Convoy should be there tomorrow, they expect, by February 3rd.
And that's what we're looking at, the convoy heading down there. And I don't want to dissuade people from supporting the convoy down there to support Abbott in.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were talking about the convoy of immigrants, because there's one that should due to cross
and
thousands of people.
Might
Saturday.
be, but there's also the trucker convoy heading from
and
here.
that to me feels very shady. I would be very careful, people. Everybody wants to support, but this feels like a Jan 6 moment. And I'm asking and begging that know who's putting this together. For number one, make sure the FBI's not got their hand in it. Pretty sure they do. Nothing would surprise me.
Even then, I mean,
but you be careful. Be careful, because peaceful protest, meandering, parading, all of that is getting people ridiculous jail sentences. And I hope that Governor Abbott will stand the line in between, people getting in trouble and not. But I also feel like there might be, I don't see from Border Patrol in the interviews I've at least watched, do they have any intentions of messing with Texas's right to protect the border? So I don't know if this is an artificial drama where the government is trying to get people riled up, because the more riled up we get and separated and divided, the easier we are to control.
Yeah. And here's my concern. I've got 2 concerns about it. We saw first of all, okay, January 6th, whatever you believe about it, I'm not going to pick that apart, and I don't need to beat the drum on that. But it has been used as a tool of the Democrat Party and the media to say, oh, the right wing's awful, and it totally shadowed, even though it shouldn't, all the stuff that happened through all of the BLM riots. For 2 years, BLM burned cities to the ground, all that stuff.
Summer of love.
Yeah, but it was more than a summer. It was 2 summers of love.
Yeah, and there was murder.
And so it overshadowed all that, so we don't get any recompense for that. I mean, the people who got damaged in that are still damaged.
And the people who committed atrocities never got charged.
Yeah, those guys at Chaz that killed those 2 kids that stole a car and were out driving around. I'm not here to adjudicate whether any of that was right or wrong. But
hi, Fred.
What's up, Fred? But all those guys, they just hammered down on him, and then there was even no investigation into one of the kids got killed, and one of the kids, I think, got hospitalized long term. But there was no investigation.
Retired officer was killed.
The retired officer in Louisiana, I think it was.
Yeah, in the pawn shop. I'm not sure. I mean, it's just it all got ignored, and not ignored. I mean, the Democrats literally made a fund where they were bailing these people out as fast as officers could put them in, and they took
our
over,
vice president,
right? And they took over police departments.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just.
And because of January 6th, anytime you bring that up, it's just, well, January 6th. So
it just is
we're not getting any justice for that. So what I'm worried about is that this trucker convoy, I'm going to say outright, 100% of it, build up and everything else is honest. But on the way there, that's where they will pick up people like people with ill intent. That's where an Antifa guy can hop on board, get a semi truck, whatever, hop on board, and then go down there and totally make the whole convoy in support of him look bad. Plants. And we don't even have to drift too far into conspiracy theory to think the FBI is in there. I mean, let's remember the Whitmer kidnapping of 18 people who were involved in that plan. 12 of them. Somebody reflect on that. 12 of them were either FBI or informants. And then the very guy that ran that was pulled aside to be put in charge of the January 6th investigation.
The time is crucial. Don't be stupid. If you are going to the border to assist the governor and the National Guard, to represent states, to represent the voice of your fellow Americans, we appreciate it, but be smart. Be smart. Don't be a hindrance to what they're trying to do down there. And
don't be a hindrance to the either side. Even if the border control is doing something shady, get out of their way. Don't get set up with a new set of bracelets, because you're just going to hurt any message you have.
Right.
And if anyone has any ideas how to support this, but make sure you're supporting it in a manner that
is productive and safe.
Is productive and won't get wrapped up in this. Please let us know. That'd be we would love to hear it. We'll blast it out.
We'd also love, any footage that you guys take when you're down there.
Mm-hmm.
We're welcome to have you on the show and let you discuss any footage you get as a citizen media. But be safe, be smart, and be thoughtful. The January 6th was a weapon. It still is. And it tries to shut people up at the mere mention of it.
A weapon of dissuasion.
Well, it's meant to tell the public to sit down and shut up. The right. It's sit down and shut up. You have no rights. But can I just ask, the vice president was actually in the building. Kamala Harris was in the building. First of all, we didn't know that on January 6th, where the pipe bombs were found.
And they still don't know. They still don't.
Found by an undercover officer. Who then alerted the Secret Service, who was sitting in their car having lunch, who didn't immediately get out and get it. In fact, kids walked past it, a whole bunch of kids. And it's almost like they weren't worried about it.
Almost like
it's on camera, the guy dropping it.
Yeah.
The guy's finding it. Secret Service going after it. You guys, it doesn't fit the narrative, so they've let it go. I think that, to me, I'd really, really like to know about the pipe bomb, because that's a different person. That's different than a protest gone wild. That's different than mob mentality. That requires premeditation. That is intended to hurt people. And it also had a kitchen timer on it that lasted about 1 hour, and they said it was out there for 17. So again, don't be stupid. If you're going to the border and you want to show solidarity with Texas and the Border Patrol, don't be hindrance. Don't do anything that gets you as a target.
Well, it's not just that. The big thing I think about January 6th is it's been used as a platform for everyone to say, well, what about? When we should be dealing with the criminal activities that tore this nation apart for 2 years. We should be dealing with that.
And the questions about the election of 2020, because there were 4 counties that had some questions. And
regardless about the questions, we should be dealing with the crime that happened. But because January 6th has overshadowed it, it's given any even slightly left-wing DA or anything cover to not investigate it. I mean, all that does is leave a door open for this to become kind of status quo. What happens when Trump wins in November? Do we just settle with, we've got this boiling undersurface all through next winter, and then it explodes all next summer? What do we do then? How do we come out of that?
You have to have a very, very strong commander-in-chief who supports local law enforcement. And
it's not even that.
You've got to have community, and you've got to have citizens showing up with their weapons.
You've got it. The most important, you have to have a criminal justice system that will actually deal with this. And where they didn't for 2 years, I promise you right now, the Black Lives Matter, the Antifa, the
FBI.
Criminal underclass is looking at this like this is how we get political stuff done, because they're the ones who won.
You notice they were parading and chanting in the Capitol recently for Palestine.
All the time. Yeah, we did.
Fred says if anything gets messy, get away and
get
stay
out
of federal custody.
Yeah, I would honestly say the truckers. Here's a thought: find a place where you're not one. I abhor it when those stop oil people block traffic. So let's not do that, because that doesn't win any people over. Find a place where you're not going to block traffic and set up a festival.
About Eagles Pass.
Nope. You don't want to be where they are. You want to be a mile behind them. Set up a festival, rent a bouncy house, rent a food truck, whatever, and set up a festival that's safe and welcoming. Do not go to Eagles Pass. That's how you get in the way. That's how a person stumbling to a honey bucket gets arrested, because the law enforcement says he was in the way. We don't want any arrests. You go down there, you be safe, you be happy, take your kids, make it a positive situation.
I wouldn't take your kids.
Don't go kids.
I would not take your kids.
Kids actually help. They prove that in Canada. I don't like the description of peaceful or not peaceful. I prefer lawful or unlawful. If you break the law, either side, you answer for it. And that is true.
That's a fair justice system. But right now we're not dealing with fair, especially with DAs. And Fred, how many deputies do you know that can put a case together that is airtight and a prosecutor can't prosecute? Either because a judge doesn't want it, or they don't think it can get anywhere. And that even if they do, it doesn't last. Sentences don't last. We need a full overhaul of the system. But the reason I say don't take your kids is because the reaction that you will get from the federal government, if in fact they conceive you're a threat, which
that's why you don't go up there. But I'm just telling what they learned in Canada.
Stop making me sad.
What they learned in Canada is when they went in, they set up. Now, the one thing they did wrong is they did go into a city and kind of block traffic. I think that was wrong. I think they should have went to an open field outside the city, got permission, gone into that field and set up their thing there.
Freedom doesn't get permission.
That is true.
And I think it wouldn't have made the same
how
impact.
Is Stop Oil doing?
I get it.
Do you want to make enemies or do you want to welcome friends? David,
I'm just too afraid that the American people who try to do something at the border are going to be.
Let me finish my thought.
Oh, sorry.
But what the kids did is by having kids there and bouncy houses, they rented bouncy houses. They had like chili cook-offs. What it did is when the media came and said, they're all Nazis and evil, people went, wait a second. Why do they have a bouncy house? That doesn't comport with what you're saying. So it broke the media narrative. And just 2 weeks ago, the Canadian courts told Trudeau that he, let me put it in my words, he's a fascist and he just stole their money because they didn't agree with it.
Well, he can declare an emergency, which is the risk we have with the federal government right now. If you give presidential powers, this is what the Democrats are at least thinking first. You give presidential power to Biden to declare an emergency on the border, Trump gets the same, and they're scared of that.
I don't want either
nobody should have
of them
emergency powers. But,
all right.
Oh my goodness, David could chime
so
in on this.
So we've got David
with us.
Pyne coming on. We will bring him in right now.
Hey guys.
All right, David.
Hi, David. Good to see you.
You too.
Get closer.
Oh yeah.
It's been a while. Why don't you give us a little small introduction of what you do? Because you kind of are a man of mystery and you have tons of stuff you're involved in. So I don't want to just sum you up to one sentence.
Well, I'll keep it brief. I'm a former Army officer, former Army headquarters staff officer. I currently serve as Executive Vice President of the Task Force on National Homeland Security, and I'm also a national security strategist. And I write on the Real War newsletter at dpyne.substack.com.
Amazing. And you're a resident of Tooele County, is that right?
I am.
How amazing that we have.
I know.
You're kind of a big deal.
We're packing the heavies, and that is DPYNE at Substack. So go over there and subscribe if you want to read his newsletter, see what's going on.
Can we put that in the comments?
And we will add that into the show notes.
DP.
YNE.
Yeah, dpyne.substack.com. Thanks.
Is it D as in David or? Okay.
Yeah. It's D. It's in my first initial, and then my last name.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, at Substack.
.substack.com.
Yep.
But so how are we doing? How are we looking on our national? Why am I asking it like that? How bad are we off on our national defense right now? That's how
we are doing really bad. The Heritage Foundation just recently published a support. It's called the Index of U.S. Military Strength. They rated the U.S. military overall weak. The Air Force was rated, I think, very weak. Navy was rated weak. Army's marginal. I think nuclear forces are marginal. So, we're doing really
Army's
bad.
marginal.
What's that?
The Army's marginal. I read a story that the Army is like not meeting its recruitment goals by something like 12%, some crazy number. I read that in the Military Times. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I think it was last year we fell short 25,000 recruits. Obviously, all
That's
this,
a city.
all the woke, transsexual type recruiting ads are really tanking Army recruitment. But the funny thing is, there's been a lot of funny memes recently about us going back to white male recruiting and stuff like that. So that just means we're going to war, right?
Yeah.
We'll drop the DEI military ad.
I worry because I know a lot of parents look at this commander in chief and they don't feel safe sending their child to the military with a commander in chief that is not obviously making good decisions.
Well, it's not just that. It's the My Two Moms commercial.
Well, DEI for sure.
And you're going to send your child in to fight next to a Zerzem who's worried about their nail polish that morning. I'm a veteran. I don't want to be in a foxhole. Look, nothing against if you've got purple hair and you're concerned about whatever else, but I want someone in my foxhole who's going to be combat ready. It's very important.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that was the worst. That one cartoonish ad with with the lady that had two moms, and then you put that against the Russian military recruiting ad where it's got this buff guy doing all kinds.
He's a sniper.
He's a sniper.
He's hardcore. The guy is swinging heavy, and then we've got ours. My two moms, and we march around every weekend.
I want to say that we actually have the call line open, so please give us a call at 385-899-2934. We definitely want to get you in, but we want to talk to David for a minute.
If you have
first.
questions for David, but give us 15.
But here's what bothers me. You with the DEI and all of that, you talk about not wanting someone with a mental illness in a foxhole, which is fair. But I want our military to be trained to kill and protect and, I don't know, sustain. And I can't imagine anything more. I can't imagine how laughable we are on the world stage with a marketing campaign like the DEI did with that. I just can't see people fearing our military. And yet we have some of the brightest, most incredible people serving this nation. And and then the vaccine mandates. A lot of people were fired, discharged against their will because of a vaccine mandate. And I don't understand where we're headed, and I don't see it's in a very good direction. And with these numbers, I think it's showing the world exactly why it's not working.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, President Biden is obviously the most laughable, U.S. president we've ever had. He's dementia-ridden. He needs his wife to hold his hand to go off the stage in the right direction without shaking the hand of a ghost or saying hi, thanking some kind of congresswoman who's already passed on to the next life for coming, recognizing ghosts. So yeah, he's laughable. He's ridiculous. And he's doing all the wrong things. I mean, in Ukraine, we shouldn't be involved in Ukraine. We shouldn't be fighting a proxy war against Russia. We should be, trying to establish peace with Russia, to try to break up their alliance with China. Instead, we're doing the exact opposite. He's saying that we're going to go to war with China over Taiwan. I mean, that's exactly the wrong message to send to China. They could attack us preemptively and destroy the U.S. Before they even invade. And then, of course, I think with regard to the Gaza war, I'm not going to give Biden flunking marks. I think that was a little bit out of our control. But I will say that he has really done horribly when it comes to appeasing Iran. And a lot of these Iranian attacks and proxy attacks and aggressions, I think they've really been incited by Biden's weakness on that front, because he's given him $6 billion in ransom money.
I was going to say, not just incited, but paid for.
Yeah. He's essentially financed it, and he's cut all. Even though we have some sanctions in place, a lot of those were formally lifted, but the few that we have left, he's not even enforcing. So he's enriched, the Iranian terror regime by perhaps $60 billion since becoming president, and they're using that money, putting that money to good use to kill and wound American soldiers. And
can I add his withdrawal from Afghanistan and leaving behind so much military equipment that can only be used against us in the Middle East?
They've already found it. They've already found some of those weapons left behind.
The drone that flew in and killed our guys recently. Yeah. Very well. I mean, we could have financed that drone. It's absolutely insane. It would be laughable if it wasn't so sad.
Yeah, and Iran, I've assessed that Iran's a nuclear power. I know that's not a mainstream opinion, but all the intel that I've seen shows that it's nuclear already. It's got nuclear missiles. It's got super EMP satellites above the U.S. So we don't want to mess with Iran directly. And I think of the one area, the one country that I trust Biden not to mess with directly is Iran. So that's why I'm not giving him failing grades on Iran, but I'm absolutely giving him failing grades on Russia and China. He really couldn't be doing any worse with regards to both countries, I think.
Well, just wait. He'll tell you to hold his beer. Because the second you say that, hold my beer, I can do worse. I mean, the fact that he's willing to, the fact that he is willing to close the border as long as Senate and the House gives him more money for Ukraine, to me is insane. That's extortion. Holding the people's safety hostage. And you said EMPs. I mean, how much money has been put in infrastructure to protect us from something as serious as an EMP? And why hasn't it?
Zero.
Zero.
Not one cent has been used to strengthen or defend our nation against EMP attack, or even Russia or Chinese nuclear missile attack, for that matter.
Hey, David, what does an EMP attack look like? Is that something that happens to one location in the country? Is it something that can be done nationwide?
So there's super EMP weapons, which are essentially nuclear weapons optimized for EMP effects, and it would only take one super EMP detonated about 280 miles above the U.S. In the center of the U.S. to take out all of our electronics, critical infrastructure, power, water purification, distribution, food distribution, transportation, communications, internet. I mean, our entire economy would collapse. Government services would collapse. Emergency services, law enforcement. Civilization would end in the U.S. following an EMP attack. A massive cyber attack would accomplish much of the same things. Not quite as severe, but pretty close. And we in the EMP task force have estimated that it would could take the lives of up to 90% of the American people after 12 months following an EMP attack. So it's amazing. It's an existential threat that U.S. leaders have done essentially nothing to protect us against. President Donald Trump, of course, being the only exception. He had a really great EMP executive order, but he didn't have the power as president to provide any funding to enforce it.
Well, if you look at it like this, any family member you have that requires electronics to stay alive, they're gone day one. Yeah. Any family member you have that requires insulin to stay alive, they're gone as soon as that insulin goes bad in the warming fridge. Any family member you have that requires any medication, as soon as that medication either runs out or becomes unavailable or loses its ability to function.
But depending on where you are in the country, elderly who require heat or cooling.
Oh, and if it happens in the winter,
that'd be the worst.
I've heard a number thrown out there before that it would take roughly $5 billion to secure our electrical grid. Is that correct? From an EMP?
Yeah, so our old executive director, Dr. Peter Pyne, used to throw out $2 billion as kind of an initial investment. Realistically, it's probably it's north of 50 billion, perhaps as high as 100 billion, to fully harden our entire electrical grid against EMP and cyber attack. But that's a really good, great investment. I mean, we could pay for it with a 3% usage fee on all of our power bills nationwide. For maybe 4 years, 5 at most. We'd be
that would kind of turn it over to the free market, which would make it a successful endeavor.
Guys, we've given over $300 billion to Ukraine. That is a drop in the bucket for our own protection, and no one is bringing this up. This is insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly
90% right. 90% of our people, 90% can last 12 months.
Yeah, it'd be genocide. I mean, it'd be what Hitler did to the Jews, except multiplied based on the U.S. population, which I think we have 306 million American citizens, and then maybe 26 to 40 million non-citizens, including illegals.
Well, you say that, but next week that number jumps by 2 billion, and then next week we keep getting more of those
People would starve to death. The food supply would be gone. The trucking industry's gone.
Everything.
Yeah.
So unless you can grow your own food and protect your water source and not get killed in a civil war that would definitely happen within these big cities. I mean, this is like Leave the World Behind, the show, but did you see that movie, David? I mean, is there any truth to that show?
Well, I mean, elements of it, I would say it's about 50% true. Obviously, there's a lot of weird stuff like the animals. I mean, that had no basis in reality. Some other stuff, but in terms of people getting cut off, power getting cut off, cars running out of gas because the gas pumps don't work. All that's true, and people needing to go into like survival bunkers and take shelter to defend against their neighbors, essentially, to try to obtain the scarce food and water resources necessary to enable their family to survive.
Yeah, it's an untenable situation, and it would there would not be a United States coming out on the other side of it.
No, your money is in just no use, and travel would be hard because all the cars would stop at once, which makes all the freeways basically a traffic jam.
Unless you're driving like a
1969 Charger
or a 1942 GPW.
Hey, David, Fred Swain says clean water would be the first large challenge to an EMP, as well as only 2 to 3 towns in Utah have 100% gravity-fed water systems. And that's Utah. Imagine. I mean, I can't fathom that our government has not immediately said, and I get even more angry that Trump had to sign an executive order to meet this requirement. And where was our party when that was being decided, when we had the majority? These things should have been done. He's been talking infrastructure last time when he ran. That was a big key. And I don't think it was just to make America pretty. It was to back up our military again, make sure we're 100%, as well as our electric grid being covered, and the border, etc. So tell me, what does your task force do?
Well, primarily we're we're a congressionally authorized board, of course, but we're a nonprofit organization. We primarily designed to, our mission is to educate policymakers first, but also citizens, and to kind of lobby U.S. leaders, particularly members of Congress, to pass grid hardening legislation. We're working on that at the state level as well. Bob McEntee he succeeded me as head of the Utah EMP task force. So we're trying to work with Utah legislators to get some grid hardening legislation so that at least, our power here in Utah could be preserved to some extent. Funding is really a huge deal. We're trying to get, just like a minimal 0.5% excise tax just to get us started. So it's a multi-year effort, even under ideal circumstances, but, with minimal funding, at least we could start the process. Some of our power might survive. Ideally, we could continue educating the legislature on the benefits, saving a couple million Utah citizens' lives in an EMP scenario. Unfortunately, a lot of people just, a lot of U.S. leaders believe that the chances of an EMP attack happening are really low. And in the current environment, with potential war with China over Taiwan, it's actually pretty high. So, I would say it's moderate at best. It could be, it's currently moderate. Could go up a lot higher than that if we get into a shooting war with China, obviously. But
an EMP though means no boots on the ground. They don't even have to come onto our shores.
That's right. Yeah, they could defeat it without firing a single missile. They could detonate a super EMP satellite, either a Chinese or North Korean, or they could detonate a nuclear weapon in space. I assess it's likely they have at least a few, and perhaps dozens of nuclear weapons in orbit over the U.S. In space at low Earth orbit that they could. One of which could potentially have a super EMP weapon, is like North Korea and probably Iran as well. Does
Space Force have the ability to knock something like that out before it hits the United States, or is that just a pipe dream that some of us sleep at night
The
thinking
EMP doesn't hit
no,
the
no.
United States.
it's above?
It blows up in the atmosphere, or even
But
really above the
wouldn't you see
atmosphere.
it within the atmosphere if you were in space or monitoring space?
If they're dropping it from any kind of satellite that's in a semi-static orbit, I don't even think we'd know it was launched.
Yeah, so that's the thing with an EMP satellite, for example. The North Korea has 2 super EMP satellites orbiting over the U.S., and they would be, they could be detonated at the press of a button. So there'd be 0 warning. There wouldn't be any missile trail. We wouldn't know who attacked us, because I think that Russia and China and Iran also have super EMP satellites. So it could be, we know it's one of the 4, but we wouldn't necessarily know. We could only make assumptions, and we could potentially retaliate against the wrong country and then have them nuke us as well. So it's a scary.
This is crazy, David. So Fred says, so why do they believe it's low in the U.S.? And I'm wondering, if we know there's a super EMP satellite launched from North Korea, why haven't we taken measures to destroy it? I mean,
that's
it's up there.
I wrote an article in 2019 advocating that Trump make a deal with Korea to pull U.S. troops out of Korea in exchange for, letting us take down their satellites, shooting them out of the sky, or else having them crash the satellites into the ocean. And unfortunately, that proposal didn't go anywhere because Trump had neocon advisors at the time.
Wow. Elections definitely have consequences, don't they?
National security advisor. So I think
maybe they don't want to acknowledge this because they're too busy trying to get other bills passed, even on our side, that are those short-term make you feel good bills, where this is a long-term serious thing.
This is frightening.
Well, it's a short and a medium and long-term threat, but then there's also the threat of a super solar storm. A G5 geomagnetic storm could take out the power across the entire country.
Didn't that happen in 1880 something to the telegraph?
Yeah,
telegraph is 20 years old. Knocked it all out.
There was a Carrington event which caused even the telegraph lines to catch fire and telegraph operators to be electrocuted. I mean, that level of technology was so low. I mean, just imagine what the effect would be, with technology today, where everything's electric, everything's power, and internet based and whatnot.
An alert just came up on my phone that U.S. has began strikes on Somalia and Iran.
Somalia and Iran.
Yeah, it just came up. And
well, Ilhan Omar is going to be extremely happy that we're bombing Somalia.
I think it said Somalia. I saw an S.
It can't be Iran. If we're bombing Iran, that could be a nuclear war.
That's why I was a little bit.
We might be hitting Iran forces in the ocean. I don't know. So let's lay out. I have 2 questions. One, would it be possible for states to take it upon themselves to harden themselves?
Okay, sorry.
Could the state of Utah do that?
I'm just going to refresh here.
Let's go.
U.S. begins strikes on militias in Iraq, Syria. Sorry, in retaliation for fatal drone attack. So it's breaking news alert.
Yeah, I can guarantee that Biden is never going to attack Iran. I mean, there is 0 chance of that ever happening.
Hold on.
Iran attack, if they try to nuke us or.
Well, what if Iran had pictures of Hunter with teenage girls? You think he might for then? I mean, there's a way we could spin this.
If you can't launder any money out of them,
Iran ain't taking back enough to vote blue or act blue.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, that's the irony is, the Biden family has received millions from Russia, but he's still fighting a war against them. He has received, a lot more, 10 million direct money from Ukraine. So that explains why he's putting the U.S. at risk of nuclear war from, his 10 million bribe from Ukraine. But then he's 31 million from China as well.
He's supporting this war in Ukraine, but Russia's winning. Maybe Russia wants it.
No,
I think everyone's getting rich off this war except for the American people.
Me, I'm getting way poor.
Russia's definitely winning the war in Ukraine, as I predicted they would before they invaded. But Putin's been trying to end the war since February 25th, the very day after he invaded. He published peace terms for Ukraine that the Russian Foreign Ministry said if they honor those peace agreements, Russian troops would be immediately withdrawn from the entire country except for the Donbass region, of course, Crimea, which was annexed in 2014. The problem is Zelensky and Biden. Zelensky repudiated the peace deal he had with Russia that was signed in Istanbul on March 31st of 2022, and then he subsequently outlawed any peace negotiations with Russia, whereas Biden's refused to even talk to Russia about peace. So you can't end a war unless both sides are willing to talk. And unfortunately, in the case of Ukraine, only Russia's the only country that's been interested in peace negotiations.
Yeah. Well, see, now if Russia isn't invading Ukraine, Biden doesn't have a reason to support Ukraine, so Ukraine can't make kickbacks to Act Blue and whatever straw corporations Biden's brother has set up. It's horrific. It's a pretty good scheme.
There's a generation of young males dead.
Oh yeah,
because of this from both countries.
Ukraine's going to make a talk to China.
At least 200,000 Ukrainian dead, and perhaps 300,000 in the war, just from the military.
In a small country too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a medium-sized country. It started the war with 41 million. Now it's down to like about 28, I think, 28 million. Mm-hmm. So they've lost 30%, mostly refugees, 8 million refugees that have fled the country, including 700,000 males evading the draft. Yeah. Don't want to get killed in the meat grinder against fortified Russian defensive lines. But then also about 5 million, I think, that were annexed by Russia and the 4 oblasts that they annexed in September of 2022.
Do you think we'll ever find out what kind of? I mean, Zelensky, how easy for him to abandon any election efforts and to say not until it's over, and to keep coming with his handout, not just to the U.S. but across Europe. And China is meeting with Russia in talks. I mean, we're empowering our enemies, and yet, do you think we'll ever find out what this is all about? Do you think Trump being in office could could put an end to this war? Because I listened to our own Republicans, Nikki Haley, even Mike Pence, talk about the need to support Ukraine and pushing this war effort. And I'm wondering, I don't know that it would have ever happened under Trump, but hindsight's 2020. But I'm wondering, do you think that we'll ever find out or put an end to this if we change who our commander-in-chief is?
Well, I mean, I think we all know the answer, right? We all know it's all about NATO enlargement. That was the one thing that Putin asked Biden to do. He basically said, if you guarantee Ukraine will never join NATO, we won't invade. And Biden said, screw you, do whatever you want. We're not going to agree to that. And Putin did, and he thought the war was going to be quick because he had limited objectives and was going to pull out soon. But no, it never would have happened under Trump, because Trump doesn't even support NATO. He's basically said he wouldn't defend European countries. He said he wants to pull the U.S. out of NATO. It's obsolete. And he's completely right. And he said he wanted peace with Russia. He had a comprehensive peace plan he was going to implement with Russia and sign to end our Cold War with Russia.
And North Korea.
Never have been invaded. And of course, the Democrats went crazy, apoplectic on that. The deep state created the fake Trump-Russia collusion, which consumed about 3 years of his presidency, followed by snap impeachments. Of course, the Ukraine impeachment, where he was supposedly impeached for delaying weapon sales to Ukraine, which in fact was false. He never delayed any weapon sales to Ukraine. So, I mean, everything the Democrats did was to basically to ensure war with Russia, and they're getting very close to achieving that goal, unfortunately.
Well, we had a deficit of boogeymen on the world stage, so the Democrats went out and made one.
Well, and they impeached Trump for doing exactly what Joe Biden bragged about publicly, and yet they did it with hearsay and everything else. I mean, this all feels by design.
It's bigger than that.
This must be exhausting for you because I know you're a pretty conservative guy. You're super, super smart, well respected.
Or is
But
it?
does this just make you
Or is it
crazy?
job security for you?
That's a little bit of both.
No,
I feel good that you're doing the job, but I also think, my goodness, what you must have to deal with in your own mind about what's happening in this country.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sad. I've obviously spent time in uniform as Jared has, and as you love, you love this country as much as we do, and it's incredibly depressing to see. We won the Cold War against the Soviet Union. We've squandered our Cold War victory. We've lost the peace. We're at the verge of losing America, having the United States be split apart following a cyber EMP attack. And for no reason. I mean, what's the reason to defend a country outside of NATO that we have no security agreement with, to defend Taiwan, which we have had no security agreement with for the last 44 to 45 years, that Biden still thinks we do have an agreement with? All we need to do is defend our treaty allies, but most importantly, defend our own country. As
Right.
you guys have hammered home, 10 million illegals have crossed into our borders. 100,000 of those are Chinese nationals, 85% of which are young Chinese men of military age, likely PLA special forces.
That's the scary thing.
Conducting
Or
sabotage.
Not just that, but what was it last year? They caught, I can't remember the number, like 40 or 20 people
most wanted
on the
terrorists.
terrorist watch list.
It's only got
I mean,
it's up to 300 now.
It's way higher than than they claim it is. But yeah,
Well, that's how many they caught. How
no
many people
terrorists
just,
are crossing in our border at will, essentially.
but anyways, I really want to ask you, what could a state do to harden just the state? Let's say Governor Cox says, you know what, I think this is a real threat. I want to work on hardening our state, run an extension cord down there to Delta and have it ready to be plugged in if something bad happens. Is that possible?
Yeah, the price, absolutely. Yeah, we could do that. Any state in the country could do that. Of course, we're connected to larger grids, but we can have kind of, kind of a cutoff, like a fail-safe thing where, if the entire Western grid went down, then we could still have power. And those are off-the-shelf solutions. It's not like we're gonna have to do research and development to try to, figure out how to do this for a few years. It would just require the political willpower to do so, and of course, the public financing. Really, the power companies could do it on their own. Of course, unfortunately, the power companies have been, really financed by China, essentially, to lobby against it. And I know Chris Stewart doesn't like me to talk about that because he got mad at Bob for talking about that when we briefed him at his office some years ago. But Chris Stewart's been a advocate of hardening against EMP as well. But it would just be about 500 million would be the total. But it wouldn't be wouldn't be extra taxes. It would be, as I said, a usage fee, so that a large business that has a power bill of, I don't know, $5,000 a month or $1,000 a month would pay way more, in terms of real money versus, if my power bill might be $200 a month, and then I'd be paying $6 extra a month.
That's not
I was just curious. I have a couple pet questions. One, could nuclear power solve that issue? And if Utah built like its own nuclear power plant, but then two, unless we have a way to secure our border here in Utah, and we're the only state with power, and we do actually protect our grid, everyone will be coming. Everyone will be bringing their sick. Everyone will be coming. And that could be dangerous unless the red states got together and everybody did it at once, or the nation. I feel like we have to do this across the nation. Otherwise, we're going to put ourselves in a really awkward spot.
Well, it's, like you say, it's always a cost-benefit scenario. Unfortunately, nuclear, would be just as, actually even more dangerous, because a nuclear power plant could melt down in an EMP scenario, and then we could have potential, a little bit of radioactivity in the air, passing over Utah citizens. But Yeah, I mean, it's a tough question. I mean, the solution is easy on paper, but there's just a tremendous, you know, lobbyists, from the power companies that are opposed to it, and everyone seems focused on other issues. I mean, look at the Senate. The Senate is contorting all over itself, just trying to pass a massive Ukraine funding aid bill.
Yeah.
With and more border processors, more more border agents, to process illegals, not to defend the border.
Right. Well, they're essentially wanting to, in their own words, pretty much go back to what Trump originally did by executive order, and they're acting like they invented the idea. I mean, it's just like the raising or lowering the cost of insulin. Trump did that by executive order and made it affordable, and Biden got rid of it on day one and then brings it back 3 years later and acts like, yeah, I did that. We're living in the upside down. I mean, this is insane to me.
Yeah,
I can only imagine what it's like working with Washington, D.C. in what you do. And thank you for your service, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You bet. Thank you. And thanks, Jared, for your service as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, what liberals don't understand is it's kind of like I talk about it as catastrophic health insurance. If you don't have catastrophic health insurance, if you have like whatever, just preventive health insurance, but if you get sick and you don't have the backup, then you could be bankrupted essentially. You could be destroyed financially, by some kind of catastrophic long-term health situation where it's cancer or something like that. And that's exactly what we face with the U.S. We just need to essentially pay down on the insurance premium for, it's a one-time amount that we invest over a period of 3 to 5 years. It's affordable. It wouldn't really affect Americans' pocketbooks that much. We could even have exemptions for, you could maybe have an exemption on the usage fee for people that are working class Americans that make less than $50,000 a year. So there's all kinds of things we could do. Yeah, there's all kinds of things we could do to make it affordable, but we have to do this now. The threats on the horizon may materialize in 3 months. I'm not even sure we have 3 years. The only way that we can, I think, save our country at this point is obviously regime change here at home through the ballot box in November,
right,
for Trump, assuming we have that long, or else, we need to change our policies, abandon this failed, suicidal policy of liberal hegemony, where we're trying to expand our liberal empire to, Russia's western border, obviously in the Far East against China, and return to something, that's more based on rationality and sanity, that's more defensive. And we stop.
You mean like return to the Republic and the Constitution?
That's right. Non-interventionism, America first, all the way.
Hey,
do you think it's a good idea if we looked at federalizing our electric grid so that states kind of stood alone, and then because we don't even have to worry about the enemies. A solar storm
look what
could
happened
pop
to
us.
Texas during that cold front.
Yeah, or an extreme cold front. But if states isolated themselves, one, they'd be protected against another state having an issue, and then they would also be able to turn around and support that state.
Well, I think going back to what Holly said, I think it would be more worthwhile to harden our grid and be the state where other people are going to try to get to, because I think a lot of the people, essentially be refugees from other states, other regions of the country. I think it could be gangs, but I think it'd be more, peace-loving Americans that are just trying to save their families that would be fleeing to Utah to have, some kind of limited power and, civilization. So I think that's a good thing. I think I'd much rather see Utah be survivable in that scenario and have a bunch of refugees, with maybe 2 to 3 times our current population, than to have us be the refugees that are, with no place to flee to. So I think that's.
I agree.
I feel like this should have been done 10 years ago. This has been on a discussion. I remember hearing EMP under Obama. And again, I think it was the number 5 million or billion was tossed out 10 years ago. and it is probably 50 million, but I'm just baffled. And I'm curious, what kind of response are you and your organization getting from our Utah legislators and our governor?
So our Utah governor has not been favorable, I would say, to our efforts to meet with him. Not saying that's not going to happen. I'm not saying he's been hostile, but he's not. We've asked to meet with him, and he's not agreed to that thus far. I have a friend in his administration who I might try to get through, and I think I could meet with him for sure, minimally, and he's a fairly senior member of the Cox administration. I'm not sure if I can get more than that. Our speaker, on the other hand, the great House Speaker Mike Schultz is very supportive, and he's likely to sign on to some kind of grid hardening bill, and we're having discussions with him right now. And so it's important to point out who's with us. Who's
right.
with the people of Utah, who wants to save millions of lives, and I think Mike Schultz is one of those potential courageous heroes we have in office.
Have you spoken with your representative, Bridger Bollender, and maybe Scott Sandel? Is there anything that we can do to, I know you have a lot of friends in politics here in the state. We would love to help. I know Scott Sandel has just done a states' rights bill that was pretty incredible, legislature. Bridger Bollender is doing great work. Tim Jimenez, and Dan Thatcher is our senator for Tooele. I'm hoping they're at least taking a meeting with you, and maybe, you're one of their own voters. Are you at least getting?
So I haven't asked them specifically to meet with them. Really, Bob McEntee is heading up our Utah efforts. I'm more focused on national. So yeah, I haven't asked to meet with them, and they haven't refused to meet with me. Dan Thatcher has been a longtime friend of mine. We differ on some of his recent votes for sure, but we're still friends. So that's a great idea. I ought to reach out to our local state representatives and senators to do that.
Have you talked to Celeste Malloy also? Now that Chris Stewart is down, Celeste is pretty whip smart regarding lands and the needs of rural Utah, and it feels like rural areas could lead the charge on this, because that's where people are going to flee to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Like this.
Yeah, there's going to be the urban centers are going to be death traps, essentially.
Chaos.
Rural areas that have more cows than people are going to be where everyone wants to go, because life will be a lot better out here.
I would like to take
Les Malloy. I don't think we've asked her to meet with her yet, but she's definitely at the top of my list to try to meet with in the near future to discuss that, because I think she'd be very supportive, because she aligns with Chris Stewart on a lot of the national security issues and kind of looks to him for kind of some guidance as a mentor, at least has. I don't think she necessarily needs it now that she's in Congress. She's getting top secret briefings and whatnot, but he was very supportive of, EMP hardening legislation. He didn't actually sponsor any after the SHIELD Act of 2013, which didn't pass. And Holly, you mentioned the GRID Act. You're absolutely right. In 2010, there was the GRID Act that passed the House unanimously with $2 billion of grid hardening funding, and it was killed by Lisa Murkowski, unfortunately, in the Senate Energy Committee in 2010. So that's we can have this, but this is an issue that we can't be bipartisan on.
Absolutely.
It's not political. We can group it with climate change, because this super solar storm could devastate the planet is a much greater threat than climate change. But I would say that it's environmental. It's not something we can control. So I would group it with climate change. And on that basis, we have seen a little bit of minor grid legislation in California, and maybe one other Democrat state that's encouraging. And of course, here in Utah, we had, kind of a non-binding bill that was supporting grid hardening legislation as well.
Do you know if there's any states that are taking it upon themselves to harden themselves at least?
So there was a bill in Texas that was really good. It was sponsored by State Senator Bob Hall, I think that's his name. He's like an former Air Force colonel or veteran. Unfortunately, it did not pass the Senate. He had some significant opposition even I think within the Republican state legislature to pass that. So it's very lamentable that we haven't been able to do that.
In Texas, what's so sad is they had a slap in the face regarding their energy options when that freeze happened. My brother lives there, and that was egg on Abbott's face, because so much of their grid was dependent on the sunlight and in climate change thoughtful methods. And so when he came back in with a new idea, I mean, this to me makes so much sense, and it should have happened 10 years ago, because now we're behind the ball. And even Americans that want to prepare for, catastrophic events, you really, I don't think Americans can really grasp what this means.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they have no idea what suffering is. I mean, for them, a war is something you watch on TV half a world away. Whether or not, we have whatever 1% of our population, probably more like 0.5% serving in uniform, potentially putting their lives at risk in the Middle East or Europe or wherever the case might be in East Asia. So they need to read up on some of the stories of what the Germans went through. I mean, millions of them starved to death at the end of the war. So many different countries in Europe, Russia, Poland,
even the Chinese under Mao.
Yeah, China had tens of millions of deaths during the second Sino-Japanese war. So
this is like getting blasted in a time machine back to colonial times, where a bullet is something you be real specific when you use it, because when it's gone, it's gone. And only people who have the knowledge to make bullets will be able to create ammunition. You can have a gun all day long to protect your stuff. Once you're out of bullets, it's just like having a sword. I mean, we're back to medieval times practically. It's terrifying. Yeah,
EMP is a technological weapon that would blast us back potentially to the 1880s in terms of technology, the pre-electrical age, where we had steamships and railroads, steam railroads, and not a whole lot else, telegraphs, I guess.
And people died of a cold or the flu or a cut.
A sliver.
Yeah.
I mean,
as Jared mentioned, China makes up to 90% of our life-saving pharmaceuticals, and that's going to get cut off in war. And even if we have massive economic sanctions, they cut that off against us and, throw our economy into a depression. But
that's another asinine thought. That we didn't learn from COVID that we should have production at home for the medications that sustain the American people. I mean, we're the most drugged people on the planet. We're throwing all our money into the pharmaceuticals offshore, that we should have production here.
Well, let me make a message for the left. If this happens, you won't be able to get your gender affirming medicine for your 12-year-old.
Yeah, no gender affirming care or hormones.
Yeah. How will you change little Billy's gender if this happens? Pay attention to this. This is important. Anyways,
Hey, do you have to go? Because I know we've got a little over, but David, I don't want to let you go yet. And I do want to open it up to anyone with phone calls.
Yeah.
For questions.
My schedule's wide open. Today happens to be my one day off every 2 weeks.
Perfect.
So man. Well, we want people.
Happy to stay.
We want people call in 385-899-2134. If you have a question for David, we like to keep it short so we can get to a number of people. And I
have a question. What can an individual person, say a regular person, do to protect themselves and their household?
Good question.
Well, I mean, I think number one is get right with Jesus. I'm saying that in a non-denominational way. That's kind of, more of an evangelical thing to say, but it's true. I mean, 2 Corinthians, I think it's 7:14 talks about that if we turn back to God, to the Savior, Jesus Christ, then the Lord will heal our land and he will restore his armor of protection over our country. So I don't see that happening countrywide, but if, it can and will happen for families, families, turn back to God or become, if they're already doing what's right to, stay strong, then I think they'll have the Lord's hand of protection. And that's the best insurance that we can possibly have, I think.
When you turn, and I mean, Jared is an atheist, in maybe agnostic atheist.
Yeah, whatever.
I am absolutely not. But I think that once you have turned
I don't
to God
disagree
and
with
get
the message.
right with God, to me, it doesn't matter the outcome of whatever happens, because you are surrounded by that light. Your family is surrounded by that light. And worst case scenario, you get to be home again with your Heavenly Father. But, best case, your family survives and you can you can hopefully help other people and hopefully rebuild what we've lost. But I really appreciate that. If our nation would just consider going back to God and becoming a moral people, we would probably have a lot better outcomes and maybe a government that's not so tyrannical. But please continue with what else can we do besides that? And that's big.
Yeah. So second would be a year of food storage and as much water storage as you can have within reason. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints recommends 2 weeks. I would say more than that would be better, but at least 2 weeks, because water obviously is the most essential thing we need to survive. And also medication. There's a site called Jase Medical. It's JASE medical.com.
Yeah, we have a promo code for Jase.
Yeah.
We've been doing the Jase case. Promo code is JAM-1615. So if you go on to jasemedical.com, like who's talking about, they're right here in Salt Lake City. And
oh, really?
We have I actually purchased their product for my husband because he's making preparations and I was just amazed. I mean, it's not cheap, but neither is not having what you need in time of need. And I appreciate you mentioning them, because I reached out to them and they gave us a promo code and wished us well and thanked us for sharing their site. And now I can tell them that thank you.
Yeah. So that's all about life-saving medications, as you mentioned, and I think they give up to a year's supply. I don't know exactly how that works. Obviously, I think you have to have a prescription. You know a lot more than I do, but I have family members. My brother-in-law has an issue where he would need medication, so I'm trying to get my sister to buy some.
Well, and I think sometimes the wellness group, which was founded by Dr. Peter from the COVID situation, he's got the wellness group where you can actually have an online meeting and create a case with all your regular medications, and it's prescribed to you after a meeting. And I've asked my own doctor, is there any way you could give me a prescription for storage? And as long as it's not like a controlled substance that's abused, or like an amoxicillin or an ibuprofen, something like that, I think the doctors can do that.
Yeah,
and if they can't, then someone online will do it for you.
One of the things that I don't know if there's anything you can do if someone relies on a pacemaker or someone relies on insulin, refrigeration. I don't know. Utah's a hard one. There's some areas you can, but I don't know if you could build a cold cave. You could probably build like a potato cellar to make it last longer. You know
what I hope? I hope that when Trump wins, that he gets manufacturing brought back to the United States. One of the first things he should do.
Yeah.
And that this grid gets a federal funded, because this, to me, infrastructure, if they're going to pass any infrastructure bill, it's got to be this. I think knowing that North Korea has the potential to, with satellites above us at any given time, that would destroy 90% of us. This feels like a no-brainer, and yet we're watching a puppet in the White House that is he's risking all our lives, and
Yeah.
not just him. The Senate, the judiciary, every single one of them are watching the ball over here, and they're not looking at the ball over here that is our lives at risk. And I'm hopeful. Will you tell me, is there
Well, we have a
hope
caller
for this nation?
waiting right now.
Because Jared is a black pill. He's sure that we're not going to have any hope. But do we have any hope?
We always have hope. Yeah, we always have hope. I mean, definitely it's looking really bleak right now. But as you mentioned, if Trump were elected, he could implement, just foreign policy alone. I mean, the number one thing we could do, like in terms of our security outside of, some things I've recommended in my book, Catastrophe Now on Amazon.com, is that, we could change our foreign policy to be less aggressive towards Russia and China. I mean, the neoconservatives are always talking about we need to fight Russia and China at their borders so they don't fight us here at home. It's the exact opposite. If we provoke them to EMP attack us because we're messing with them in Ukraine and Taiwan, they could invade us very easily. There's nothing we could do about it after we get EMP. So
yeah, I don't even think they'd really need to. We'd just be they just come in a couple months later and it'd be open area.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, we'd be down to like 30, 31, 35 million people.
And your book is called Catastrophe Now.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in. It'll be in the show notes. I'll just have a link to go right to Amazon to buy it.
And I put it in the comments as well. So we have
a
caller.
I was a co-author, so I was one of 3 authors essentially, but I probably wrote the second most.
My concern,
that's huge.
One of the reasons I'm black-pilled is we've gone away from federalism, is we've put all our eggs in one basket. We've gotten to where everything, the main hinges is all in DC, and let's face it, DC is known for turning gold into poop and nothing else. And
I would say Biden is specifically known for that.
Yeah, but
Trump may have had the golden touch.
Even if we get, even if we get Trump in there, we've still put all our eggs in that one basket.
Well, we're spending 4 years fighting.
Trump will have 4 years as president. What's next? And what's after that? And we've still got those eggs in one basket. And we may be handing that basket off to, someone who's not very good at handling baskets.
Yeah.
Like we have now.
So I like the 10th Amendment. I think that's the most important. If we don't have that, I don't know.
All right, we need to get this caller because
we've got Holly.
Hi guys, Mallory's on the line, and I think she's got a question for David. Go ahead, Mallory.
Mallory, we hear you.
Go ahead, Mallory.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Mallory.
Friend.
Hi, Holly.
Do you have a question?
Hi. How are you?
How are you?
I just wanted to thank David Pyne for what he said about number one, being right with God. Thank you. That is people are so afraid to say that nowadays. So I want to make sure to thank you for that, because that is number one. And Jared, dear Jared, he's just a closet Christian.
No Christians in a foxhole, right? Or no atheists in a foxhole.
Another thing I'd like to say is that, I have seen a couple of your interviews with David Pyne, with you guys, and with We the People, UT. And, his interviews, the interview you guys did with my father and Sharon on this topic, I have tried to share these interviews with my city, my community, and they just get shut. They get deleted. They message me and say, oh, this is inappropriate. It's going to scare people. Even when I posted a free women's training seminar to learn how to defend themselves, they took it down because it was scary. So the biggest issue that we're dealing with, I think, is willful blindness.
Yes.
Ostracism.
And yeah, and so it's very difficult. Well, I understand that, I grew up learning all this stuff from a very young age. When I was in elementary school, I had instructions from Daddy that if the power went out, I need to go find a phone and check if it's dead. So I've had a long time to come to terms with nuclear destruction and EMP and all that, chemical, biological warfare. I've had a lot of time to think that over. But a lot of, as Jesse Kelly would say, a lot of normie norms have not. So our struggle is not only just willful blindness, but the birth pains of waking people up. Because this stuff is far too, it's terrifying to even think of. And people think that, I'll just die immediately and it'll be fine. But that's just not the case.
Well, I would like to, you open the door, Mallory, go ahead and ask him your question you ask everyone.
Oh, yes. David Pyne, do you listen to Jesse Kelly?
I do, yeah. When I'm driving, and not regularly.
I just love you so much more.
She's running around the cul-de-sac right now. You know this, right?
Because so many candidates don't answer that right.
That's the first time anyone's ever answered that correctly.
Too bad you're not running for office, David. You just would have gotten somebody to follow you around the world.
Yeah. My bad. I should have.
Is he running for office?
No, he is not. Not yet. We're working on it.
He's just performing.
David.
I want to take a minute and mention Mallory's father was a guest on the previous iteration of this show. You can look it up. It's Paul Seafried. And his profession was building fallout shelters for people.
Wow.
He did it privately, and he's very knowledgeable on front end to back end of the fallout shelters. And we will have him on again. There are some people who are preppers and they're not. Once you meet this guy, he's in deep, and that is Mallory's father.
That's something I want to do when I was in high school. I always planned to have my own fallout shelter in my backyard. I never followed through on that. So maybe hook me up with your dad and I can get started on that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, Paul.
You two would get along like peas and carrots.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling.
I grew up with 250-gallon drums. I grew up with 2 50-gallon drums of water in my tiny bedroom. I had to put posters on them, like a normal girl. But, I would love you two to get together. He's just a delight. But
I think we should get.
And I spent a lifetime listening to him talk to regular people. Devote hours and hours on the phone with regular people to help them prepare. And it's not as you just got to get started. Don't just start anywhere. And this stuff is survivable.
I think we should, we got to let you go, Mallory, but I think we should arrange to have David come and run a pistol one weekend with us.
I love that.
Oh, darling, we'll take excellent care of you.
I'll make sure I pass.
Attention than you ever wanted.
I'll pass the information off to him when we get out of here, Mallory.
And your wife could take it as well.
Yes.
She does an amazing course for pistol training, and I've taken it, and it's pretty incredible. David, I'm just curious. I'd like to kind of get to that there's always hope. What can the average American do at this point besides vote? But so many are disheartened by the last election. And
I want to dig in, on that. Beyond getting right with Jesus, what should people do in their house? What should they do in their own lives?
So solar generators, obviously, you mentioned refrigeration. I mean, solar generators can provide a renewable source of power. you can get a portable solar generator for maybe $2,000. There's a guy by the name of Matt Jepson I could hook up your listeners with, or maybe you could just post his information that I could give to you.
Send us
He's
the stuff.
He's like one of the best preppers I know of it in northern Utah, and he's given me a lot of good advice that I've been buying, some stuff for my family, including a solar generator, solar panels. Obviously, if you have a solar panels on your roof, you can if you can find out a way to, disconnect those from the grid and hook them up to to your home power, directly, then that would be optimal, I think. In addition to that, guns and ammo, obviously. I mean, I hate to mention that, but non-lethal weapons, lethal weapons, pistols, shotguns.
This is the wrong show to talk about guns and ammo, David.
This is favorite. I mean, we lost ours in a boating accident, of course, but if we didn't, we would love to have guns and ammo. I always tell people alcohol and cigarettes, because that's excellent bartering, and people, even in an emergency, will want their alcohol, and they'll probably trade for it, because you're not going to want to trade food necessarily, but you might trade ammo. And I think that what you're saying is, also, I think how you vote locally and getting engaged locally and focusing as closely on your local community, like your community. So not even just as a broad county, but your neighbors, and all of you get together, and a couple of you do have solar panels. A couple of you have generators. A couple of you are storing excess amount of water under your house, and everybody's got a plan. I think that neighbors, especially in rural Utah, where we could, I live on an island, so we could try to, mark off some of the road, and all the neighbors join in together. And I don't think politics should ever be mentioned in any of this. There's no parties when we're in a catastrophic situation.
Well, let's face it, if people are prepping, there's a party. You just don't have to mention it.
Well, the problem is that what happens to those who do nothing, blissfully ignorant, think the government's going to save them? I think those are the first people who are either going to riot, civil war, or
they're the first to
die.
do all those things, all of those things across the board. They're the first ones to do all of that. People without a plan.
Yeah. It's a terrifying thought.
So the other thing I want to mention is to have a bug out plan. So in other words, if you live in an urban or fairly populated suburban community that's not far from a decent sized city, then you'd want to have some kind of like a cabin, ideally, or a farm. Obviously, that'd be the best place of all, because it has independent food production.
And you better train how to get there on foot.
Yeah, I mean, I have some scooters that have like 18-mile ranges, so I could power those up with my solar generator, and then I could head off somewhere to maybe Tooele and back to check in with whatever remains with the county government, and try to get organized for where I live. Yeah, I mean, that's something I'd recommend. You could even find, if you have a family member or a friend, just say, hey, if things go down, the way we hope they don't, can we come stay with you for a while? Maybe that becomes kind of a permanent residence squatting situation, but at least you have someplace you can go. And I don't think it's going to be a bolt out of the blue. I used to worry about a nuclear bolt out of the blue, like a first strike. I think we're going to see a build up. I think China's going to blockade Taiwan. I don't think Biden's going to automatically go to war with China. Hopefully he won't at all. Hopefully he'll remember he's a communist Chinese paid agent. But if he forgets, then
no, he's not just a Chinese paid agent. Anyways, go on. Sorry. There's other. Yeah,
but if he forgets,
other benefactors.
Yeah, if he forgets or stumbles us into a world war with China, that could would quickly escalate to at least the cyber level, the counter space level, then people are going to have some warning time to bug out and get to a more survivable situation in terms of for their family. And then the last thing is, and this might be a little controversial, there's an LDS prophecy that talks about the missionaries being called home before kind of the apocalypse, essentially, is what I call it, where the nation might get destroyed. And if you see that, even as a non-believer, just
Run for the hills.
remember I said that's the primer. Be ready to for things to go bad in days or a couple weeks, because it probably will happen.
Well, you saw what happened to America when the COVID virus and the shutdowns happened. When toilet paper was in demand. I mean, people really lost their minds. I can only imagine what a lead up that we would actually experience, where you have a warning, all this is happening, but I still think by the time you're getting those warnings, it's too late, because you go to these stores, there's going to be a run on the stores. Get your parents, get your adult children, get your family in one location when you see this lead up, because reaction after it's happened is going to be absolutely near impossible. So having that plan and executing it, maybe if we are given warning, praise that God that we do get some warning. But, my brother's in law enforcement, and I would hope that if he gets some sort of warning like this, that he joins our family with his family, even though he's going to be torn. Do I protect my community? And Fred Swain's in law enforcement.
That's the problem, is that, in an EMP type scenario, it's going to be just like World War I with Germany. In 1918, Germany was really doing great on the battlefield. They defeated Russia and were closing in on Paris, and with their spring offensive in 1918. But their people were, their families were starving to death, and they were receiving letters from home that, your sister starved to death, your mom or dad starved to death. So they melted away. They literally left. They went on some kind of leave, and they never came home. They went AWOL, and that's the way it would be, I think, with the U.S. military. Is if there was an EMP attack within 3 months, most of the army troops would try to make their way home to try to protect their families and defend them against roving Canes.
Well, I think you would have. I think we talked about this last week. You wouldn't have radio communication, so law enforcement can't be sent out to certain calls to serve and protect anyway. The military, I hope they have some satellite potential to activate, but I remember Katrina, some officers stayed and some went with their family, and I couldn't blame either. And we saw martial law essentially happen, where they were taking guns off of citizens, and the military was walking the streets or floating in the boats of the streets. Something like this is Katrina at a mass scale. And,
so I think the satellite phones would probably be the most useless, unfortunately, because based on U.S. Senate testimony from last year in the House Armed Services Committee, multiple senators were saying, "Hey, we know we've been briefed by you generals that we'll lose all of our satellites within the first 2 hours of full-scale war with Russia or China." So I think that we'd probably lose satellites, and probably power with cyber attack. Satellites really would be the number one. That'd be the first thing to go, because cyber attack, a massive cyber attack on the U.S., that could potentially be sufficient for a nuclear response, even though it's not part of our doctrine. I think any reasonable president would have to consider a nuclear.
Oh,
shoot!
We lost
I
David.
still have more questions for him. Because I'm curious, if something like that were to happen, we've got a lot of military spread out around the world at these bases. I'm wondering if there would be a way to call them home after the fact to protect the homeland, or are they going to try to get home? Or how big of an EMP, how far would it go? Would it go to other countries? Like, would Canada be affected? Would Mexico be affected, just like the United States?
David's laptop died on him in the middle of an EMP conversation. And everyone just reflect on that. Hopefully he's going to be able to jump back on. He's probably going to have to plug in, power back up.
Oh, man. All
right. He's back on. We will pull him back in.
I just enjoy talking to him.
Oh, yeah.
And man, this is terrifying conversation, and
How messed up is that while we're talking EMPs, people, this happens.
an
EMPs
conversation
can
and
be
your
small
laptop
and big.
dies.
Sorry, the Chinese just took down my computer, but I had a backup, so I'm good now.
Well,
Good.
I had a question because, I mean, I really appreciate you being on the show. You're always so interesting
Mhm.
and so well informed. And but I know it's a catastrophic conversation, which probably scares people. And Mallory's from Midvale, and so when she says she's trying to inform neighbors in the community, they don't want to hear it. It's just not welcome. You're going to scare people, and they don't have enough cry closets for everyone in Midvale. So I'm wondering, our military,
The store out here, we run out of toilet paper, in there they run out of purple hair dye.
and then cry closets. So I'm wondering, with our military spread out around the world, in the event of a catastrophic event like this one, how would our military? I mean, would they come home to protect the homeland? Would they be just? I guess they'd be stranded wherever they are with no Pentagon to guide them.
I guess
know we're everywhere.
That depends on availability of transport and whether those Navy captains recognize what they need to do. Though I'm sure the military probably has some kind of means of hardened communication.
You think, David?
I think they do. I think they have some redundant communications. It's unclear as to whether they would work. I mean, for every unit, every ship, I don't think that necessarily would. But any reasonable commander, that had all communications with the U.S. lost, I think would if they felt that they could without commander pushback, they would head home. So that's definitely my hope. So yeah, I mean, when people talk about, I sometimes am asked, has World War III begun? Is this World War III? And I say, no, you don't even know what World War III looks like. It's going to be so much worse than this. I mean, we're not losing troops in combat. Yeah, we lost 3 troops in a drone attack, but I'm talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives. That's the stuff we saw in 2 world wars. World War II, we lost 400,000. I mean, it'd be, infinitely worse than that.
Well, and our technology for weaponry will make sure that World War IV is fought with rocks and sticks, because we'll wipe ourselves out. Yeah.
So World War III, most Americans will know we're in World War III because the power will go out and it won't come back on again. That's when we know we're going to be in World War III, because it's any direct war. It's not going to start with, I mean, we could have our regional military bases like in Japan get hit hard around the same time as the power goes out. But I think first day of the war, any full war with China over Taiwan or with Russia over Ukraine would start with a massive cyber attack and space warfare attack. So we'd lose satellites and on cyber, and then they probably wait to see how we react after that to decide whether to EMP us or not. Hopefully they wouldn't.
Is AI potentially an ability to be attentive to, say, one of these cyber attacks? Is there any AI fundamentally being decided on at the Capitol level?
Do we have Skynet yet?
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I heard I heard of a corporation that had a similar name, so that was a little ominous. No,
good.
That's pure fantasy world. We're not going to go there. Just because, I mean, it's just not a thing. Elon Musk talks about AI a lot and how, we might suffer a lot if AI takes over and decides to, they have an Android army or something like that. But realistically, AI is useful for, like nuclear response time. We're able to assess a lot better. Obviously the president could have as little as 5 minutes or even less to, decide whether to launch a nuclear response to a nuclear decapitation strike by Russia or China, for example. And AI is it's very important for military applications across the board.
Have you seen the robot dogs that were patrolling and they look exactly like the dogs from Black Mirror. I don't know if you've seen the episode, but they're essentially robot dogs that are armed with weapons and cameras and everything. And then almost like out of a show that you saw 5 years ago, they're walking the streets in New York instead of people, and testing and all of that out of Boston College. Is it Boston's that has the robotics department?
I don't know.
But
I know there's
it's
joke
terrifying,
one,
but I also prefer to have someone in an AI potentially be fighting a war instead of my child if it's going to be bloody and everything. But
robot dogs won't get PTSD.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking maybe what we need is more cyborgs. I grew up watching RoboCop, so
Absolutely.
have
a little half and half
patrolling that are Terminator style, but still have a human element.
Elon Musk Starlink just got approval from the FDA not very long ago, to actually start testing the brain. Brain
that's
chip.
not Starlink, that's the Nano Link or whatever.
Right, it's his other company, but he owns Starlink. But and now the first human trial has started for somebody to actually have the chip put in their brain and to help them either walk again. It can also aid in vision, getting sight, being able to use limbs again. I mean, I think there's so much excitement.
They're going to use
us.
this brain chip to do away with like Viagra first. I guarantee it. Every time, that's going to be the first thing that they go for. The number one thing
that Elon Musk is striving for is to help people without limbs and
I agree, but I know what they're going to go for. The same thing that drives everything technological, and it's the dirty stuff.
Either way, technology is a gift. I mean, it's the reason most of us are alive and not dying of small illnesses that used to kill us. And an EMP could take it out and it would not exist. But it's nice to know that just medical alone, the advances in medical research and medical techniques, I mean, I'm a product of it. I'm grateful for it. And eventually robots can be doing precision. I mean, they already are doing precision, very precise operations and saving lives. So I've got a love-hate relationship with technology.
What are we going to do in 20 years when you can't get a job unless you have a brain chip?
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go off the grid.
Because that's where it'll head. It'll be like, hey, you're applying for this job. What's your brain chip address? So we can send the acceptance letter.
What's your social credit score?
I don't have a brain chip. And they'll just be like, sorry, that's how we do our meetings is on brain chip.
That's also like a Black Mirror episode. So for people who haven't watched the Black Mirror on Netflix, that show goes over the dangers of technology implemented into the United States or England too. But there is one episode, and I don't know what it's called, but it's the bees episode. I recommend everyone watch it. Just basically about little drones and how tiny these drones are now. And this show blows your mind because it takes you everywhere that you see technology taking you. And it's a big kid show. So it's probably rated R on some of the episodes, or absolutely, and then some aren't. And no episode is the same. It's just like Twilight Zone. They put to modern times, but watch the Bee episode. It'll really blow your mind. But it makes you think differently about technology and how it can be used against us as a people, just down to social media, for example, and what you do has consequences. David, we should let you talk. Sorry. Yeah. I get diarrhea of the mouth. I'm so excited. My brain's working and you're making me think.
Yeah, no, those are all great comments and mind-blowing things to think about. ESG, I think, is the big near-term danger, and thankfully we have a state treasurer, Marlo Oaks, who's really been a champion against that. Biden he talks about fighting a war against democracy, a war for democracy against autocracy, and he's importing Putinism, essentially, trying to make us another communist China. If not, or Russia, with social credit scores and everything else, throwing Trump supporters in prison, just
And Trump potentially.
crushing, Trump with all these bogus lawsuits, Elon Musk, trying to take his money away. It's all very Orwellian, and it's everything that Democrats claim to be fighting for, they're fighting against, and everything they claim that Trump and the Republicans are doing, they've been doing for years, and Trump and the Republicans are pretty much innocent of all the wrongdoing they claim they're doing. So,
well, they're called fascists.
We need to impeach this guy. We need to convict him, or remove him, and kick his butt into space, or into the ocean.
Trump is accused of being a fascist, and yet the actual definition is exactly what the party or the elites or the shadow government or the purple government, because sometimes you don't see the difference between parties up there.
That's a failure in our education system.
To me, it's baffling, because here we sit. And we feel like we're all a bunch of ants just doing the work to fund a government that's fighting us. And they use that word democracy so much because they want us all to assume we're a democracy, and we are not. And yet they've used it so much. Even our Republicans, elected Republicans, are using democracy in the everyday language. They've changed definitions of actual words like insurrection, for example, and female, male. All of this is getting changed. And that's what a fascist government does. And yet we're living in a clown world. We're living in a clown world, and every time you point out that the emperor has no clothes, you get canceled or you get ignored, and even good politicians will distance themselves from you because they want to get reelected, and what you're saying isn't going to make them popular on both sides. And I think that's a dangerous place to be. If we can't call it what it is and be a moral people, we are doomed. Would you agree? Because I know you mention this a lot in a lot of logic in what you talk about.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I think I've been saying for a while that Democrats define the word democracy the same way that the Soviet Union and the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea define it, which is one-party socialist rule, a police state, one-party socialist police state. That's what they define as democracy. They talk about Zelensky being a Democrat, even though he assassinates his political opponents, imprisons them, cancels indefinitely democratic elections. That's really the model. Maybe short of the assassinations. I won't go that far because
he hasn't done that yet. But he's in.
But they are trying to put Trump in prison and give him a death sentence of life in prison, because even 10 years he'd likely die in jail.
Well, he's imprisoned newspaper editors, people who run media stations. He's
Zelensky.
He's expropriated media stations for the state so that they can't be honest media stations. He's done all of that.
Yeah.
And yes, and it's a problem with our education system, because no one sat these kids down when they were the appropriate age to learn what fascism is. 13? Fascism is when corporations and governments combined for the betterment and the strength of the state to stomp down the individual. No one taught them that. So they just think fascism means something I don't like and makes my purple hair curl. And that's what they taught them. So they use it like that. And it's ruined it.
Yeah, fascism is what America is under Biden and the Democrats, essentially.
Hands down. Let's run through some comments real quick. They've been building up. We're not going to go all the way back to where we left off, because David probably has some kind of life that he wants to live, but we'll go back a little bit. Okay. You can buy a robot dog for $2,500. You could have your own little robot dog.
I don't know if it's the same robot dog that they showed the patrol one, because this one can be armed with a camera. It's controlled remotely, and they were going to have it patrol neighborhoods, but it's also armed, and that is terrifying.
Don't go buy an AR-15 with a drum magazine and duct tape it to the back of your dog with some kind of solenoid connected somewhere 16 inches from the muzzle,
Don't do that.
faced back.
It's really detailed. That's
I'm not giving
public
them
service announcement.
express how to do it. I mean, and you don't want to use like a laser pointer or some kind of
Okay, move on.
video
Move
camera
on.
to. Anyways, no cyborgs. Elon is bad. I don't know if Elon's bad.
I don't know
Elon
either.
did say one thing. He said he's deathly afraid of AI, and the only way to beat it is to be the first to make AI. That's
and
a pretty good
he also
point.
says that we should already, from the government's perspective, have already put in place boundaries that should have been set and led by example years
I don't know
ago.
if you can stop that. How do you stop something that can be made in the cloud, that can be made
and that can
without
free think? It can constantly educate itself.
Yeah, how can you stop that?
If there's a universal control on AI that
How do you do it?
everybody agrees that it cannot kill a human, it cannot hurt a human,
But
something
someone
like that,
can make
but
that
wasn't
outside of those parameters.
I have a feeling Elon Musk is the makings of a really great supervillain.
Or superhero, I don't know.
Either one. Still on the fence about that.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Elon wants universal basic income.
I haven't heard that from him.
I don't know. He might.
I knew
might
there was
not.
another billionaire that did, but I haven't.
There's
heard
a
that.
lot of questions about the utility of that coming up in the future, and I am not smart enough to talk about that. I know at first it makes me queasy, but then you listen to people talk about it, and I don't know. Yes, Jared, that's already a plan. Your employer will measure you all day. That's talking about getting the brain chip. To be a part of common society, and it'll just happen naturally. It won't even be by dictate.
Right now in China, they are literally testing the hats that read brain waves for employees, and it's been tested in China. It's basically a way to control work and how much production
But that's
you're
by
doing.
dictate.
And it can read your thoughts. And remember, we talked about it. It can read numbers right out of your brain, passwords. This is terrifying.
Do you think you could right now get a mid-level job with a big corporation without having LinkedIn profile? Or do you think they would just ignore you? You don't have a LinkedIn. They probably just go, doesn't have a LinkedIn. They're not. It's like applying for a job without a resume.
They want your credit on the social scores.
Yeah. If you don't have a resume, most jobs won't look at you. That's where it'll move. It'll be a part of that. It'll be a measuring device.
Look how many corporations are laying people off right now.
Oh, that UPS in New York.
We're building back better.
Thousands. And I think that may have a lot to do with AI, because we know that the newspaper companies are dumping people because of Chat GPT.
And tons of tech companies.
Yeah. Where did we hear about that first?
Okay,
Fred?
Revelation.
Yeah, the LA Times just laid off 75% of their staff. That's because right now one person can probably do the work of 5 people just using Chat GPT, and that's it.
And we don't know. See, they're not being exact on the. And maybe you know, David. I mean, these corporations are doing mass layoffs, and they're huge corporations. I mean, Amazon even let a lot of people go. UPS, like they didn't have demand from what they said. Which, yeah, because COVID, we're healed. I think mostly from COVID, so we got to go back to pre-COVID life.
And it could also be the recession that's here and now.
That's not real. That's
not
fake.
On top of us. I mean, everyone's tightening their belt. I know I eat a lot less of my favorite ice cream. Those of us who don't have it will have to learn to barter with each other to survive. That is correct. Get up with your bartering skills. Build that mutual aid group, a MAG. Mutual aid group. Everyone remember that, build it, learn it.
But I have a question for David, because one thing I noticed in the Leave World Behind show was something that Kevin Bacon said. And he said, everything you know, you have to forget. It's all about survival. So even people that you might have trusted, you can't trust anymore because everyone's a threat. You've got to protect your own. Do you see in Utah, especially in our communities, do you see us being able to stay a community, or do you even see something like Utah, rural Utah, turn on each other?
Well, I mean, it's. I think it really varies where you live. If you live in a small community, like a rural community of a few thousand people, then I think civilization is likely to continue. That's where the food situation will likely be bearable. There would probably be enough water to go around. If you're, on the other hand, if you're in downtown Salt Lake or West Valley City, in the more populated, crime-ridden areas, then civilization is going to break down, and you're going to have to take off and leave with your family somewhere safer. So
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big one.
I just hope that our Utah's a special place. I mean, we're very welcoming. We're very good neighbors.
I think even Tooele and Stansbury will have the chaos. I think there's still too many people, too close, and people are going to get desperate. Day 3, people are going to be desperate. And the first sign of desperation will people knocking on your door asking for something.
Because they all have babies and families
a
and
week
mothers and
into
fathers
it,
they want to keep alive too.
That desperation is going to probably be violent.
So you have to turn your own neighbor away or young kids away in order to save your own kids. And that's a series of decisions you have to make in the name of survival. And I think O'Malley said it in the chat, that people won't know what hit them.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing, but
she also
they'll
said,
just wake up when it's dark, and that's when they'll panic, and it'll be too late by then.
She also said, I'm going to be the heathen on the outskirts of society, dancing around the campfire like in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, while the rest of society is happily summed up. I have a common running theme that right now I'm online shopping for what tire I'm going to use for my Mad Max outfit. The shoulder pad. Do I want an ATV tire?
What vehicle are you going to use?
Or an all-terrain?
AMP. I mean, you're going to need a bike or one of those scooters.
No,
he's
not
talking
a
about.
vehicle. For the armor,
Mad Max needed a vehicle. Otherwise, the United States is too big.
You have a shoulder pad built out of a tire.
Shoulder pads are outdated.
Or you could be like the Humongous and just wear white strapping and a hockey mask.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you don't.
David and I are getting dumber the whole time you talk
David,
about this.
you've seen Mad Max, right?
I have, yeah.
Okay, David knows what I'm talking
We
about.
all know what you're talking about.
Like
But
an ace.
they all have vehicles in that.
Yeah,
And those
it was-
vehicles
it was-
are tough.
It was so unrealistic. It was post-nuclear war, but everyone had enough gas to drive, right?
Exactly.
Well, everyone was
It makes
fighting
no
over
sense.
gas. Remember, the good guys had a pump that was still pumping and refining.
Yeah, somehow they
Yeah.
had electricity. It's crazy.
Yeah, and they're always refining. It just,
Well, maybe they ran the pump off of gas.
I guess I've seen too many documentaries, movies that are coming to fruition that I never expected. So it's too close for comfort, I think. But yeah, you want to make sure that you have your Mad Max attire picked out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess they could have had a gasoline generator to power their gas pumps, right?
And that's common. In Texas, a lot of people that rent land from people don't want them to run an electric line onto their land because they don't want to be left with dealing with it after they pump the well dry. So they say you have to run a generator line. I've watched a couple of things about that. So they pop a generator out there, or they have a direct drive for the pump, pop I don't know, some 4-cylinder diesel. Someone says, spot on, Holly. That's why you need to run for higher office.
No. What's the name of the organization again that I can put in the comments that you are with, you and Bob?
It's the Task Force on National and Homeland Security. And our local website is UtahEMPTaskForce.org. For anyone that'd like to check us out, you can even donate some money to us to help fund our efforts to get our local members of Congress and state legislators to harden the grid.
We've got caucus coming up on March 5th, and we are voting in the state elections, as you know. But I'm hopeful that anyone out there that decides to run for delegate, that this becomes a topic that you bring up to those looking for your vote. I think that this, especially, we've got a Senate race, we've got a governor race. lots of House seats, of course, and Senate. So I really, really think this has to be a conversation that's had at every level, and it's got to be as normal as it is important. I mean, I think that once you normalize it, people will stop being afraid and potentially consider it. And I can't think of any other reason to spend $6 extra on my electrical bill if it means protecting my life.
That's a
someday.
small amount.
Yeah.
So I've got UtahEMPtaskforce.org.
Yep, that's it.
And I've got the link pulled up and I will throw it in the show notes. But real quick, let me take a second and show it on screen. And then we do have to let you go. We've got our next guest coming in. But we want to give you a chance to kind of close out, give a closing out, whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, so I really want to thank you for having me on your show again. It's been great, great discussion, and yeah, I think that one of the other things that I didn't mention that your listeners and viewers can do is to go to my website, Real War newsletter at dpyne.substack.com. Subscribe to my newsletter; it's free. There is a paid option to get a little more open source intel than I give my free subscribers. But particularly my articles and links about, strategies for helping the U.S. survive, what I call my grand strategy of assured national survival, dealing with peace plans with regards to, especially to Ukraine and Taiwan. Those are the kinds of articles that if you could forward those to your members of Congress, help them understand what the solutions are, because there's a lot of great people, national security analysts that are good at detailing the problem, but very few have good solutions, workable solutions for ending these conflicts. I mean, a lot of the crazy people that we hear on the neocon side, talk about forcing Russia to surrender when they're winning the war in Ukraine. So they have no base bearing or connection to foreign policy reality. But I think that my solutions do. So if you want to share those with your members of Congress and legislators, including with the EMP threat and hardening the grid, I think that could make a real difference in our country.
Hey, David, have you thought about running for a different office or higher office, an office in the government?
Yes, I ran for state senate in New Mexico in 2008, and I only lost by 7 points after I'd moved to Utah 6 weeks earlier. So that was probably as close as I'll ever come. If there was an open seat, of course, I, will sometimes consider that for, like state legislature. Probably not for Congress, which was what I used to want to do. But if I ever became independently wealthy, I think I'd probably make a run for state senator or Congress.
I hope you would let me know, because I'd love to help you. And I think that hopefully we get a new commander in chief. I mean, you seem like the type of person that would be a great appointee over something like this in a cabinet or something. I mean, you've got the military experience, you've got the understanding of what's needed on this task force, and you've been doing the work. I think we could use a lot more people who are vested like you are. Again, thank you for your service. We love that you are on today, and we love that you're local, and we hope you'll come on again.
Yeah, we run into you in local deals. I like that. I like seeing you at Republican meetings and different things about town. It's good to, and I think we need community like this who's prepared and ready. Facebook user says, "Run again, David." And another one says, "David, keep up the good work. Thank you."
Well, I appreciate all your listeners as well. A lot of patriots in your audience, I'm sure. So thanks to them also.
Yes, thank you, listeners. Thanks again, David.
One thing I wanted to mention is I recently gave it was almost a 2-hour national security presentation at Food Storage Depot, and I have the full video. Be happy to share it with you, and maybe you could post that as well. It's a great video. It's unlike my previous presentations. The audio and video are really exceptional. So
please send us the link. I would love to throw it up on our Facebook group, and also I ain't scared. If they'll let me, I'll throw it up on our YouTube and
Yeah, if we don't
BitChute
have
and
a
Rumble.
copyright infringement or anything,
Nope.
we'll share it everywhere we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heck, we'll even do a review. We'll sit and watch it and talk about it and take notes. That'd be good too.
Yeah. That sounds great. I'll send it over.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you,
David. Have a wonderful night, good sir. And
You too. Have a great weekend.
yes, sir. Everyone, we've got Monica Wilbur coming on. She is running for the state school board for District 10. She'll correct me if I'm wrong, but here she is. I'll bring her right on. Hi, Monica. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing, Jared? Well, how are you doing, Holly?
Good. How are you? Thank you for being on today.
Yes. So you're running for state school board District 10. I got the district correct, right?
That's correct. You bet.
And you are a friend of Natalie Klein's. You guys, I've got it in the show notes. What's the organization that you started for? Higher Ground.
Yes, you got it. Higher Ground is the name of our organization. The web address is higherground.work. That's WORK.
Higherground.work. Okay. And tell us about your run. What are we going to achieve with you?
Well, what party are you running under? Because this is a party, a partisan race, correct?
It is a partisan race. And the first year that the state school board races went partisan was 2020. And
Right.
so, yes, I'm running as a Republican. And as I consider myself the only conservative in this race. And my platform is we need a course correction up at the state board. We're trying to do too much in our schools, and we're expecting too much from our schools. They've become kind of like comprehensive social service welfare centers. And I don't think that's a good direction to be taking our schools in. Schools need to be schools, and kids need to be kids, and teachers need to be teaching. We're asking our people in the education system to be involved in things that are just not necessary. We need to streamline and refocus back on education.
Well, and I agree. I mean, I keep getting like, it's just out of bounds at this point. Whatever happened to schools teaching a child how to critically think, not what to think, and the absolute needs and necessities that are going to get them to be functioning adults, rather than taking them out of bounds into the weeds over social justice issues. And, just babying and meeting and lowering standards to let everyone play, when we should be upping our standards. As far as, I went to public school and I had a great education, and I can still remember a few teachers that'll never leave my mind. They impacted me so much. And I would love that more kids have teachers like that, and teachers like that get rewarded for actually making a difference in a kid's life or whatever. I appreciate any comments you have regarding that. I think that's what you meant, right? We're going off of what we should be teaching our kids. I mean, it feels like we're just teaching our kids how to pass a certain test, rather than letting them come to conclusions as to the answers of this test, why it's important, why we should know it. Are they retaining it? Are they just mimicking back what they've learned? Please share that and any experience that you have in education.
Oh, sure. Yeah, thank you. No, you have, I think, a lot of the same concerns that many parents and many teachers do have about the system. Feels like we've kind of strayed off our core mission, right? I used to be a teacher. I taught high school. I taught debate. I taught English. I was also the literary magazine advisor. I didn't stay as a teacher because back then I kind of saw these things coming down the pipe. There were some things that kind of concerned me. And that was before we had all the ed tech. That was before we had this institution of these standards that they're not high bars for achievement. They're kind of low bars in terms of, well, we want kids to think in certain ways, but we don't want them to think too creatively or too originally. And I feel like, you know, with all our issues in education, it comes from the complexity. It comes from a lot of the administrative state. We have a lot of laws that have put things into place, programs into place that, again, detract from what should be the core mission of our schools, and that should be foundational academics. And I have 4 kids. They have been in and out of the system at various times because of my dissatisfaction. You know, because I felt like you, Holly, I felt like I had a great public school education. I'd say for the most part, very depoliticized. I was a debate student, and I never knew my debate coach's political leanings, any of her views on any sort of like current event issues. We were taught how to think analytically and how to articulate our positions and how to strategize, you know, what's the best way to get these messages across. But we weren't taught necessarily what to think on the issues. We had to research for ourselves, right, and find, you know, resources that supported our arguments. So, and I feel like that's a big thing that our schools are missing now. I didn't see it in my kids' education. I felt like it was an education that was kind of being put on rails. That's not to say they didn't have good teachers here and there who did promote that kind of thinking. But I think more and more those teachers are feeling pressure to not teach that way. And that's mostly because a lot of the curriculum is being taken out of their hands. A lot of this curriculum is, you know, is on tech. And so they have become facilitators of the technology.
Do you think that could be why the teachers, because they want to make an impact, instead of trying to make an impact in the actual education system, decide to say, hey, let's explore your gender or any of that? Do you think that could be it? Because there's kind of a rash of that.
I do believe that there are teachers, and it comes from kind of going through these teacher development programs, through the teacher colleges. There is
DEI training.
Yeah, there's lots of training that way. When I went through the teacher colleges, it's funny because I kind of went back down memory lane and I looked at the texts that I had to use to become a teacher, and they were DEI aligned back then. That was in the late 90s. Wow. And I was just kind of blissfully unaware of it at that time because it wasn't so saturated in our culture, right?
Yeah, it was little subtleties, a series of
yeses. And the 90s was kind of a wonderful time if you look back at it, because it didn't seem like when subjects like this were brought up, it didn't feel like it had this political blade hanging over your head at the same time like it does now.
Right. Everyone wants diversity. Everyone wants everyone to have the same education and the same opportunities. That's an easy sell. We all want equality. You're right. There's a political blade now that says not only do you have to want that, but you have to celebrate.
Yeah.
There's no merit base. It's
the worship at our altar with us.
Worship at the altar. And these teachers get pushed out, and the ones that aren't playing along. And I think that's really dangerous, because I too noticed during COVID a lot more about my kids' curriculum. And I feel very lucky in my kids' school, and I have a voice there, and I can go to the meetings at the board, and they're in a charter school. And so I really feel like they listen. And what I worry about is there's a curriculum out there. Who's accountable for the curriculum? This should, in my opinion, which I've shared it often, so I'm not breaking any rules here, but I believe it should be decided by the local level, by the community that their kids are getting taught. I believe somebody should be accountable for the curriculum that is being taught in our schools. And, you know, we still should be teaching kids home ec. We should be teaching kids shop and motor, you know, what is that called? Mechanics.
Should have agricultural and technical offerings.
Yeah, basic adulting skills or hobbies that could benefit them and their families someday. And
where did civics go? There's my big question.
my child's learning civics in 8th grade.
Your
right
child
now.
is going to a unicorn school. Where's civics in like your basic public school?
So where is the accountability, and who does decide our curriculum? Is it DC or is it right here in Utah? Is it this school board?
Okay, those are really great questions. And I wish there were simple answers to this. The districts will tell you that the districts develop curriculum curricula that can be used by teachers. But a lot of the curriculum is steered at the state level, and that which is steered at the state level aligns with national and global standards. So it's not as simple as it sounds. Let me just give you the example of Common Core. When Common Core came onto the scene in roughly 2010, it was the National Governors Association in conjunction with a lot of these education assessment companies, Pearson.
And our governor was the leader of that association, Governor Herbert.
Governor Herbert, yes. And so they were leading the charge, and they claimed it was a voluntary thing, that, states could just opt in as they wish. But what happens is that on that private enterprise level, when we have private companies partnering with government, that you begin to see kind of like a homogenization or a monopolization of content and curriculum that is to be taught in the schools. And so, you could say, well, we're not going to teach to Common Core. We're going to stick with curriculum that is time tested and proven. But pretty soon, those companies that are producing that time tested, proven content, they don't have a market, because everybody has kind of adopted what is widely available and what governments are pushing down to the grassroots level, right? To the schools, to the classrooms. So that answers hopefully that question. The teachers, to a certain degree, can choose certain elements of their curriculum, but a lot of the times the teachers are working in what are called PLCs, or professional learning communities. And so they have to collaborate on, this is how we're going to teach this certain thing, and this is what we're going to use to teach this certain subject. And so they don't even necessarily have a lot of say, because the PLCs are kind of controlled at the district level as well. And everything aligns to the assessments.
What does this PLC look like? What is that? Break that down. Is it like a weekly meeting they go to, like a cheer squad or something?
Yeah, well, with the PLCs, they set their own schedules as to how often they meet. But the whole idea is to kind of assess how effective is our teaching along these lines that we've decided that we're going to be teaching. And there are constant assessments of the students, and most of what they're teaching is aligned to, I would have to say, like, it is all supposed to be aligned to the state standards. And the state standards say, this is what you're going to teach. These are the concepts you're going to teach, and basically how you're going to assess them. Can a child produce a piece of writing, for instance, that demonstrates they can think analytically and they can work collaboratively and that kind of thing. And so,
like RISE testing, my kids do RISE testing, and it evaluates them throughout the year. It's a couple times a year. And then the beauty of the charter, though, is they can assign my child to their level. So my daughter can be in a 8th grade math class, and she's in 5th grade. And she just moves around based on her own level. No, I'm just using an example. She was actually spelling, but
it's not true.
But there's a state standard, and then there's schools that are going beyond that and trying to test their kids, challenge their kids. And I'm just like, where is this common sense? I mean, it's nice to evaluate a child and see this, but it's like No Child Left Behind. Everyone's the same. When we know it's broke and we're not fixing it.
Oh, we know it's broke. Let's break it more.
Yeah, let's keep doing the same thing.
I think I've got a wheel bearing going out. If I add just enough sand.
So what I'm asking, like, what can the school board do? I mean, we are building schools that are already too full. We are putting kids in the exact same scenario that we've been doing for years, and some are left behind, some are excelling and bored. We're not adjusting to their knowledge. We're not rewarding teachers that empower and inspire.
I've got to step out
All these
real
teachers are also in the same, it feels like we're doing a hamster wheel. And I'm wondering, what can the school board do? What effectively do you see your role could be to maybe work smarter than what we've been doing?
Okay, so that's a good question. And since I'm running for the state board, which is District 10, the responsibilities and the roles of the State Board of Education are listed in code, in the state code. But its main responsibility is the general oversight and supervision of the programs and the schools that the legislature gives to the state board to supervise. And so so they have the governance aspect there, and they get to vote on programs. They get to vote on like the strategic initiatives that the state decides that this is what dictates where we're going to go as, you know, as public educators or as public education throughout the state. And so what I would view my main role there would be to lots of transparency. I think what the state is doing should be very clear and apparent to the public. What are we supporting? What kind of platforms essentially are we pushing? Are we spending a lot of money on ed tech, for instance? And what are we getting in return for that money?
Right.
Because that's, you know, it's like you said, you know, your kids they're working on their curriculum, but you'd be surprised just how many parents have no idea what their kids are doing, because all the curriculum, the assessments and instruction a lot of times has moved to Chromebooks, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, it's your kid doesn't come home with a full backpack anymore, and you get to go through and you get to see the assignments. And you know, a child could do an assignment and then it disappears instantly. You know, after they do it, you don't have any easy way of accessing it. So that's a concern, and I will definitely make that part of my platform to push back against what I would call ubiquitous and almost obsessive love affair with tech. And the reason we've moved that direction is because the data is the new currency.
Yes, it's for sale, and it is
Yes.
highly sought after. You know what? I think for me, it was COVID.
Yes.
And I was already hyper aware and hyper involved where my kids' school is concerned, but it was COVID where I'm watching them do their homeschooling, and I'm reading curriculum, and I'm seeing, you know, Google Sheets, you got to turn in your Google tests, and you're right, everything went tech. And I was just I think I was really just kind of stunned, like a lot of parents were. Wait a minute, you're telling my kid this? Wait, I mean, it was eyes and ears in the classroom all the time for parents. And I am not one to immediately, you know, just say out loud most parents are involved. We know a lot are not, and many are incapable of being because of their schedules and their work. And so I feel very lucky that I can be involved in my kids' school and their education. But I think that people feel like helpless where their kids are concerned. And when they see these books that they're being told to read in school that are highly pornographic, that can't even be mentioned in a school board meeting. They put a ban on internet access in this high-tech school, but they won't get these library books out and let them go to a public library if they want them. They're not banning the book. They're just saying, hey, we can't let you go to any website. We're not going to let you read books that are pornography. And hasn't there been a lot of DEI type or this type of the books and all of that happening at the state board right now that's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah. On our website, on higherground.org, we have covered these topics extensively, and we've kind of broken them down into like 6 areas. What you're talking about with the explicit materials, that follows under the area of exposing our kids to and lowering their inhibitions and towards like these sexual behaviors, right? Erasing their sexual inhibitions and boundaries is what we call it. And as you erase their sexual inhibitions and boundaries, kids become, I think, a lot, obviously, they become more dysfunctional. They have a hard time adapting to proper adulthood. So the question is like, why is this happening? And that's really, you would think, why would schools allow this agenda to kind of take front and center, right? I mean, it's confusing. You would think, wait, I send my kid to school so that, because that's where responsible adults are. And I would like to say that, first of all, I think there are very many adults who are in the system who see that this is a problem. But then there are others who do not, because it aligns to those greater diversity, equity, and inclusion agendas that they personally and politically subscribe to. You see the headlines, and many teachers go into teaching because they believe that teaching is a political act. They're in there to advocate for social change.
Right.
Yeah.
But they go in as activists.
Yes. And when I say many, I don't know. I don't have statistics. Nobody has, any hard and fast statistics here, right? But enough. Yeah.
I would say one teacher that is exposing, say, a second grader to further bodily exploration is one too many.
You know what? I remember when sex ed, the curriculum was written by Planned Parenthood. Do you remember that? And that people didn't know that. It wasn't till we had someone running for House here, and he said, I'm going to ban sex ed in schools. And people were like, wait a minute. We know a lot of parents aren't teaching their kid. They need a place to learn. It doesn't have to be this and that. But he's like, I don't want Planned Parenthood in our schools. And that's when jaw drop moment, we're thinking, wait, what? And they were funding, like you said, corporations are funding curriculum. And I think that is a little terrifying, because you've got these young minds who are susceptible and they need guidance. And we are raising a generation of gender confused, socially awkward, very lonely, very scared kids.
And they're trying to strip the kids from their parents.
Well,
even if it's just emotionally and ideologically. They're trying to strip the kids, which is just a dangerous thing all around. We had teachers on the past iteration of the show, and I asked them, why do you encroach on these subjects? Well, what if this kid is gender questioning? And I said, sure, you get them for 8 months. What if they are? You further drag them down that path. That parent still has to house them, feed them,
insure them,
medically take care of them, and you drive a wedge between their permanent situation of safety for your temporary situation of feeling good,
and potentially their faith, their God,
even
self-preservation.
Even then, why would you drive that wedge? Are you going to house this kid forever now? Do you want this kid to go to the state because that has good outcomes?
Right. Yeah. I mean, we all know that the state makes a poor parent replacement, right? The state has never been able to replace the family as the central unit of any civilized society. We need stronger families. But when the state starts taking over many more of the roles, the traditional roles the family has played in the child's life, then they infantilize the family. They turn the family into just another child.
Yeah.
And we can't have that. That's unsustainable. Our society will suffer. There's no way we can go down that path and think we can return back that path once we've traveled too far along it. And so, if schools would stay in their lanes, and, we say on our website, that the public education system is out of control, and it's out of control in the same way that a car that cannot stay in its own lane just starts weaving across every single lane there. And it may not be going terribly fast.
And everyone's reacting instead of feeling that we're on the right path.
Yes.
It's constant reaction.
Right? You don't know where it's going, and you're kind of uncertain. And so you back off and you let that car kind of take over.
Oh, we lost your sound.
At that point, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, that's where we are right now. We have a lot of parents who are backing off. They're being told by the school how to engage with the school. Yeah. But the school system has a whole lot of edu jargon. If you've ever gone to one of these parent-teacher conferences, and they sit you down and they start just firing off all these words at parents, and parents are like, okay. And all they really want to know is my kid learning?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not necessarily, they're given numbers, but those numbers don't necessarily translate to real world progress in terms of your education. And it's because truly and honestly, let's all just be honest here. A person's education is almost impossible to measure.
You're right.
And it's a personal education.
Yes.
People are gonna dive in to what they're interested in long term. But we do have a caller in. We have a caller coming in. We're going to pop her in real quick and let her ask you a question, because our call screener has to leave.
You might know our call screener, actually.
Yes, our call screener, Dwayne, and but he has to pop out real quick, and so we'll have her pop in for a quick brief. She'll have at least 2 questions, because I know what the first one will be.
Yeah, but we need to make him brief.
But yes. But we've got to make it brief, because Dwayne needs to pop out. So, and
I think that Monica's probably got a lot more that she wants to get into. This is a big office you're running for. My biggest argument is the parents who are not getting involved or not trying. That's difficult, because you can't force it, but some give up because of what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. They don't understand it. They're trusting the people who are running the show at the school, and they're blissfully ignorant. As long as their kid's report card comes home great, and that's all done, then they are okay. And then they need to get back engaged. I think a lot of people are awake and they're back engaged. I think COVID woke a lot of parents up. But I also think that before they go back to sleep, we need to make sure we are so diligent on who we put in the seats that you're running for, who are putting in the seats at legislature, in the governor's seat. I mean, we need to claim our freedoms back. And you're right, we're not going to be able to go back. Once we've hit that line, we can't go back. Sorry, Mallory.
Okay.
Mallory's been on for about 15 minutes waiting, and this is all great stuff. Thanks, guys. Go ahead, Mallory. Ask Monica. Oops, hang on.
Oh, we got
there.
to turn
right now.
Monica.
Hi, Mallory.
Can she hear me?
Yep. Yes, I can hear you.
I feel like your campaign slogan should be the beginning of hope. Because listening to what you've had to say so far, that's what it gives me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You
did you have a question along those lines?
But I'd like to share a couple observations that I've made in my personal experience with the school system right now. And Holly brought this up earlier, but it's not. So they had my son write Congress during COVID of why they should have more mandates. And he came home to me, and luckily he shared this with me, but he said, Mom, they only gave me their links to research.
Yeah.
And, and that's what I've observed in this generation of kids. And, people talk a lot of crap on this younger generation. What I've observed with them is that they're hungry for responsibility and and good information. And they recognize, they recognize truth when you offer it to them.
Yes.
But
Absolutely.
the damage that they did to my son, the damage took probably a year to fix.
Oh, I believe it. I believe that. Yeah.
It was bad. And it took a year. So I moved him to a private school where he could have the freedom to have choice. And what I observed in the private school was that they got scared and tried to push the mask mandate again. And I'm somewhat of a feral mother. So when they tried to force my son into a mask, I showed up in my pajamas in a blind rage, because that's what I moved him there for. And,
Do you have a question, O'Malley? I love you. What
is literature? They need literature and the ability to critically think, to learn how to critically think. And the literature that was in, it's like either they have this extreme literature that's all about DEI and trans blah blah blah, or it's literature that has nothing in it. That there's no substance, there's no lessons, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one extreme or the other. And so what I'm begging schools to do is to get real literature in there to help them learn how to think, like Animal Farm.
Yes, you're speaking to my heart here. If anybody knows me, they know that literature has been not only the foundation of a lot of what I do on education, but it's been like the foundation of my life. Like I read literature with my children. We've gotten to the point where,
Mallory, we're going to have to cut you loose so Dwayne can get out of here, because he's here in the studio now, but he's got to leave, and he's the one with the phone. But we'll have Monica continue to answer this off the phone.
Mallory,
Make sure you ask my second question. I always ask.
It's up on the screen. Do you listen to Jesse Kelly?
Oh,
that's
Jesse,
the question.
Sometimes I'm super busy with the education stuff, to be honest. So I don't have a lot of free time to listen to a lot of people, but I've heard Jesse Kelly. Yes.
Hey, I remember.
Thank you, Mallory.
Thanks, Del. I remember in high school reading Lord of the Flies, and that book spoke to me like crazy. And so did Animal Farm. So did, I think I just read 1984 for fun. I mean, because I was so into debate. I was so into I remember trying to back my arguments with so much research. And then sometimes I found out I was wrong. Mm-hmm. And just by finding the research and doing it myself. And I always had a teacher that would tell me if someone he said a word no one understood, he would say, go look it up. And he had a dictionary right there in his classroom. And then Bill O'Reilly did that on his show. And he's like, this is as a teacher, that's what I did. You want to understand what I'm saying? Dictionary's over there. Go look it up, because once you do, you'll never forget it. And that's the stuff she's referring to. And, I think kids look into literature, even Harry Potter. I mean, looking into and imagining a world that is well beyond them, it's an escape, and it's getting rare because I'm guilty. My children are on a tablet. Their adventure, their dreams come from gaming. And yet my son is reading the book, The Giver, and he's so, inspired to learn more and to see how would this work in our life, and how does this, and I see it in him. And yet getting him to pick up a book for fun is like getting him to go to the dentist for fun. Like, it's just,
You want to hear something
it's
crazy?
lost, and it was my whole life.
I read my first book my first year in the Army. I never read a book before that. Floated through high school, never reading a book.
Now you can't put a book down.
I went to the Army. My first book, I remember it because I got put on watch. I had to sit there all night. So I grabbed the first book off the thing. It was green. It was Dean Koontz, Dragon Tears. And that's the first book I ever read
Wow.
as a full adult. And I think I missed out on a lot. I wish I would have started reading in high school. And I don't know, maybe the book choices was lame. I remember the story of Rumblefish was entertaining to me, but they never had anything on offer that I was interested in.
Mallory says in the comments that you give her hope.
Yes.
And I think she made that in her comment. But I think we got to get to the root of it.
It's meat and potatoes.
Okay.
You are going into this with an education background, and you talk about literature as your passion, debate, your passion. I mean, that's music to my ears. Kids in debate, absolutely learn to critically think, especially if they've got a really good debate teacher that inspires them. For this seat, what made you decide to run? And what do you see your goal is by winning?
Well, okay. So to describe where I'm coming from, after I left teaching, I had my children, and I've always been very involved in their educations. So they have been public schooled, they've been charter schooled, they've been homeschooled, they've been dual enrolled, which means part-time at the public school and then homeschooled. They've also done concurrent enrollment where they've taken college classes through the school. Education is, like you said, kind of like a passion of mine. And as a parent, you're trying to figure out what works best for your child, because every child is unique and the system doesn't always cater to them in the way that you feel is appropriate, like it gets off track. So COVID is what got me back involved in education, kind of like on a higher profile. I went to go speak at a board meeting. The board meeting ended up making national news. I was the only parent who was allowed to speak to the issue of masks and to just say what everybody there was feeling. Like, this is ridiculous that we are masking our children in the name of our children, and yet it's destroying our children because we're projecting our adult fears upon our children.
Absolutely.
And so that was a concern for me. And then after that, I got involved with some parents who were really, concerned about the direction the public education was going in. And from there, I got to meet Natalie Klein, who is the state board member who's been speaking out against.
Oh,
we lost you again.
We lost your mic again.
Sorry, Natalie Klein, who she was the one who the highest profile state board member I think we've ever had in the state of Utah, and who's been speaking out against all these agendas. And of course, taking a lot of hits in the media because of it, because nobody necessarily.
They've come after her very hard.
Oh, absolutely. And it's
crazy.
Absolutely.
We had her on early on the earlier iteration of this show, and they came after her. It was insane.
Well, it
the
hasn't
stuff they would write. Oh no.
Yeah, it hasn't ended. It's only intensified. And that's how you're over the target, right? And
slide over
we have a guest.
Slide in here, Dwayne.
So Natalie is a good friend of yours. Is she someone you met?
Yes, Natalie, I met her. I actually got to meet her she was speaking at a library up in Davis County, and that's the first time I had ever heard her speak. And it was kind of like a revelation for me in a way, because I'd never heard anybody just be so honest and upfront and so informed about why things are going badly. Sometimes things are wrong, but you don't know why. And she was very good at articulating the why. And so, hey, Dwayne, how are you doing?
I just stopped in to say hello and goodbye and wish you good luck.
Thanks,
Monica.
Dwayne. Yes, I didn't expect to see you, but I'm glad you're here.
He's our voice in the ether when you call in.
Yeah, he's our call screener and our head honcho.
He's the engineer. He's the guy who puts all this together.
Yeah,
he's the man behind the curtain.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, well, retalking the mic, friend.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
All right. We won't, but I'm glad you're there, Dwayne.
I'm starving, so I'm going to head out. But thank you, Monica. Thanks for all you do, and thank you, Holly and Jared.
Yeah.
You guys
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You guys are you're styling.
Good. What are you gonna eat?
Probably I'm going to go home and have some burritos.
Oh, okay. I was going to tell you, if you want Mexican, hit Vista Linda on Vine. That's the place I choose.
You're always pushing the local guys. Good for you.
And it's good
He's like our
food.
local guy.
It's owned locally. The dude, if you go in there during the day, he'll talk your ear off about whatever's going on that day. He's a good dude.
All right, I'm out of here.
All right,
guys.
Dwayne,
Thank you,
have a
Dwayne.
good
See you.
one.
Weekend.
Everyone,
Bye, Monica.
thanks, Dwayne.
Thanks,
Okay.
Dwayne.
All right.
So-
Yeah.
No, continue.
Well, and after listening to Natalie Klein, just started, talking back and forth and working on a lot of these issues. I'm a writer. That's what I do, and so
Like what kind of writer? Break that down for her. Do you write like published books? Are we fiction?
Op-eds.
Are we romance like Jewel does down there in Grantsville? What do you got?
Tell us what you got.
Rep
Okay.
your stuff.
Well, it was creative writing way back in the day. And then after I left teaching, I would do like web content and recently have gotten into policy writing as far as education goes. And of course, informational writing for, our website. You can see a lot of the work that Natalie and I have produced on there. There are numerous articles, and there's also just informational content. But but being a writer, I've been able to kind of delve into this education sphere and being able to I hopefully use the knowledge that I've gotten from the research that I've done with Natalie and on my own as well, but just to be able to communicate to parents. And I think that's very important to communicate to parents, like what is going on, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's hard to deny that, everything's fine and all is well. And, it's just not that way. And of course I saw it with my kids, but it wasn't until I started learning and researching more and understanding that, okay, the reason why we have these policies and these programs and these practices in schools, a lot of it is what I call a wicked problem. And a wicked problem is just like, it's really hard to identify where it began, where it's going. There's a lot of complexity. There are too many stakeholders. There are a lot of interrelated parts. And, but being able to kind of break that down and translate it in a way that I hope is helpful to parents, because it's hard feeling like you're in the dark. And if you can articulate what is going on and hopefully why it's happening, then you can help others like you. And I think it's really out of this deep-seated sense of empathy for parents like me, who at one time felt this frustration, but didn't understand, why when you would take a problem to the principal, it just didn't seem to get solved. Or why if you, escalated it to the district, you felt like you were just given lip service, but the problem remained. And that's not all right. It's, these are our children we're talking about. And you only get one shot with kids. You only get one shot. So
Monica, I would love you to articulate the why, besides COVID, that the masks, oh my goodness. I'm right there with you. As a lot of parents I know, my child had a vocab teacher that wore a mask, and she had a very strong accent and couldn't understand her without seeing her lips move. And she was in, I think, 3rd grade. I think of the kindergartners who rely on lips moving, expression, facial expressions, and how we've got a ton of kids who are behind. It's so sad. But why have we why have we lost this this DEI? I know it was probably thought with good intent, but why are our kids getting thrown to the wolves to hate themselves or to question themselves, to question their family? Like, what is the agenda here, and why is Utah permitting it?
Those are all really good questions. And I think it goes back to, I believe what Hitler said, he who controls the youth controls the future. There are a lot of people who understand that children are easily impressionable. They are malleable. And in this vision of education, malleable is valuable. You can shape a child into the image of the state, or if you're a parent, you're trying to shape the child with the values you want them to have. And usually, for me as a parent, I want those values to be rooted in a love of God. I want them to understand their inherent worth, that they are valuable because they are human beings and they have inherent value. They are sons and daughters of God. For me, that's what I want my children to walk away, from life feeling every single day, that this is, that I have potential and I have a mission on this earth and I need to fulfill it. And that mission,
and I matter.
Yes. And that mission is often, it's not compatible with the visions of those who want to control our children using the apparatus of the state. And so you have a lot of people who are advocating and for, it's the age-old answers of power, profit, pleasure. There are people who see in children a profit center. There's a lot of money to be made off of public education. There's a lot of money to be made off of kids' data. And we're seeing that happen now in our schools. And, that's a problem. And so you have people who have this agenda because, children are a captive audience. We have 675,000 school-age children here in the state of Utah. That's a massive chunk in a state that has a population of 3.5 million people approximately. And so if you can socially condition and behaviorally modify children's mindsets and their attitudes and their behaviors, you can basically create a future that advances whatever social agenda that you want to advance. There are a lot of people, I think, out there who are advocating not just for social change, meaning, let's destabilize all our traditional norms, like those of the family, those of religious institutions, those of the justice system and our Constitution and the foundational American values that we have. So in trying to destabilize those things, they're looking to create kind of like a new social order. And that social order is, like I said before, it's designed to be kind of irreversible. There's no going back. And so kids are being actually assessed now, not on their academic skills per se, but they're being assessed on their mindsets and their values and their dispositions that align with this DEI, social justice, environmental justice, sexual justice.
Their willingness to follow instead of lead too.
Yes.
This makes me question anecdotally. This is just an anecdote, but I've seen quite a few businesses here in town close down when the patriarch gets old and retires and none of the kids want to take over. And maybe, just maybe, I'm not saying it is, but maybe that's a part of it where the state has stepped in and given the child priorities of leaving their parents behind. And so you see these businesses, once the patriarch retires, the kids are like, I don't want it.
Well, the millennials have been the ones who they're not looking for, the house isn't their prize and joy anymore. They're content with less.
But owning your own business is freedom. That's the ultimate in liberty. and they're giving up. There's a couple restaurants in town. One was there forever.
Yeah.
I mean, my little brother worked there when he was in high school. The meat processing plant that was down the road farms here. And could that be a part of it? Could it be not a part of it, but an outcome, a symptom of what has been going on?
The ability to thrive and to seek freedom and to lead. I think you're absolutely onto something. I recall Governor Herbert doing a State of the State address one time, and he mentioned, and I love Governor Herbert. He was a good man, and I really appreciate knowing him and everything. But I was really perplexed when he said Utah, because I remember in 2002 when Utah the Olympics were here, and they were enhancing the fact that we have the most literate group or child in the nation. We were testing at the top of literacy. That was 2002, and now we've fallen. And he mentioned, we've invested $6 billion in education over the last decade, and we've seen an 11% graduation rate in higher 11%. And I went, 11%, $6 billion? That doesn't feel like a good return on my investment. Where's the money going? And I know I wasn't alone, because a lot of people in political circles were saying, at least it's something. We used to be the most literate state in the union, and now we're happy with 11% and a raise in graduation. Now I know this isn't something.
More money they throw in, the worse the outcomes are.
Yeah, and I know that this isn't just hey, Monica's going to solve this problem. It's in this office, and everybody's life changes. This is legislators. This is governors. This is your school boards, your local school districts. All of this has to all walk in lockstep. And here's what I think. And I'm curious what you think. And I don't know, do you if you follow Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
But he mentions that by design, the higher education has gone with that mindset, which I want to call it like a communist mindset. You learn to have nothing. Nobody is special. You are a number. Everybody's the same. 1984. And
unless you're a special snowflake.
Unless you're an elite, though. But here he's saying that by design, higher education has been tainted. Yeah. And those educators or those colleges are who chooses the teachers of our future. Yeah. So they're the ones who create who is coming into our classrooms, what is coming into our classrooms, academically, that we've lost academia. And I am not the only parent who is encouraging my child to go to a tech school, because I don't need everything we've ever taught him at home to be unraveled the second he gets into higher education and gets his degree in Taylor Swift studies. This is insanity. But I think we've lost it. We've lost it. And these people have to be doctors for us someday. They have to be the lawyers that defend the Constitution someday.
They get to be the people who get to pay for all of our retirement, our Social Security, when we haven't made enough of them, and they're going to shoulder a heavy burden.
Have you considered this? Yeah. Because you are coming from a different generation of teacher. We've got this new generation of teacher, and libs of TikTok are really showing us some amazing and baffling teachers that are out there teaching kids. And they may not have the United States flag in their classroom, but they have a trans flag, the rainbow flag, the Black Lives Matter flag. And it's a series of little death by 1,000 cuts. Mm. And I'm curious, I feel like Utah's been really great. But even like you said, during COVID, I was questioning curriculum, and I never had done that before. Well, that's not true. I did once on a constitutional test, but I'm curious. Have you seen that in academia, or do you see us going to fix it? Are we going to fix it? Can the state board do anything to affect what's happening in state-funded colleges?
The state board is a lot more, I think, connected than most people realize. The state board has agreements with all sorts of state entities, the Department of Workforce Services, the Department of Health and Human Services, on the federal level. The state board is super well connected. And to be honest, our state board is leading this charge into the Brave New World. We have a program called Portrait of a Graduate at the State Board. And basically it's the state's cookie cutter vision for what every graduate should think like, act like, be like by the time they graduate from high school. And all of the competencies or the mindsets that the Portrait of a Graduate program pushes are aligned to, again, this social justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, the social emotional learning. It's
so
all
they don't,
to that.
They've got no diversity. They're like, this cog should have teeth that are this many millimeters deep. And oh my gosh.
Right. There's not a lot of diversity of thought. Right. And this is what, to speak to what Holly is saying, like, is higher ed lost for good? You can tell a lot from these universities, I think, by what they tell you. Like when they show you who they are, believe them. And,
right.
Up at Utah State, they've got all these departments that are aligned with these, 21st century transformational mindsets. We're not going to go back to the same old traditional way of doing things. Their goal is social change toward adaptation, and to the point where it's irreversible. They start with the processes. That's what they call first order change. Let's start changing processes. Now, when you start changing processes, that is reversible change. But then they're going for, after that, the second level change, which is we're going to be changing policies. And they intend for those policies to be irreversible. Again, there's no going back. So instead of just grading kids on, their English, their math, their science skills, we're going to be grading them on their collaboration skills with maybe a little English and a little math thrown in. Or we'll be grading them on their, what they call critical thinking. And I know, Holly, you mentioned that earlier, but critical thinking has been redefined and rebranded. Right. Critical thinking is now deconstruction. So they want the kids to criticize their family structures. They want the kids to criticize, the traditional ways of living life.
They want kids to say God is dead.
Yeah, God is dead, right? And when I say they, again, this isn't all teachers. There are plenty of old school teachers that are still in the system that are just trying to hang on and hold on for the kids that come through their classrooms and to provide a little bit of a bubble from this madness.
They're like jaded old cops just hanging on to that, waiting for that 20 years. Just
to wait for that spark, to see that spark in a child. Yes. That it's showing that they've learned something, but at the same time, they're not crazy. This child was raised with parents who taught them these really wholesome and good things, and their parents aren't the devil after all. And they're getting, it's rare. It's rare. Please go on. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's almost like
they want to build a country that doesn't invent, that doesn't develop anymore.
That doesn't
Maybe they want to give India that chance. Once India shirks off that cloak of caste system and really leans into freedom and liberty, India maybe will do it better than we did.
It's like
maybe that's what they're thinking.
One world government with the United States being just as mediocre as any other country and potentially third world countries. They want us all back because then we need the government so badly.
Right.
And that makes tyrants that quick. Please go on about college edge. And are we lost?
No, it's all good.
We both have ADD, squirrel.
You make some great points on the dependency. And there are people who just want to rule the world, basically. They love they love the power. They love the control. And they go to where they can control people. And, again, kids are kind of like caught in the crosshairs here. They're the victims at the end of all of these really bad policies and practices that aren't pushed from the local level, but they're pushed from the top. And then they're kind of fed down through the system. It's actually something that the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, calls the research practice policy, or the research policy practice pipeline, so to speak. We're going to come up with these great ideas that they think are great, and then we're going to get them enforced into policy, or we put them into practice, and then we retro engineer the practices into policy.
And the kids are the guinea pigs.
And the kids are the guinea pigs. They're being, they're literally being experimented on in the schools. They're parts of studies that justify more of this type of intrusive, just data collection, intrusive surveillance, you name it.
This comes right along with Mallory's question. She'd also like to she's asking to get rid of these very invasive questionnaires they're giving our kids without our knowledge. Chelsea Hope, who is often a viewer on the show and very, very smart, is the one who woke her up to this, and it ties to DEI and IHC Hospital. It's not in all the schools yet, but it's getting more and more prevalent. And this is what you're talking about. The data is monetary to all these people. And the more data they get, the more wealthy they are. And these colleges have these funds that are billions and billions of dollars. They preach diversity. They're not merit-based. Harvard obviously is not merit-based. When the president of their college, it's not published very many times. They got it for cheating or copying. And yet no one's leading by example. And these are supposed to be our Ivy League best of the best. And our kids strive their whole lives to get in. And they're not accepting white kids with merit based because they're white. They're taking more diverse kids that may not have the merit to even survive a first year. Yeah. And it's like, if you guys have all this money in a dowry, why don't you support these kids? Why don't you give free education and practice what you preach? Get these kids in. It's the fact that the government and federal government should be out of the school business, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And the state, I wish honestly, I wish the responsibility and accountability came to the very localist of levels, where we can look at our electeds in the face and fire them at the ballot and tell them what kind of curriculum works for us. But I think that's a perfect world that we're not going to see. So it's very helpful to know that there are people like with our thought. And this is, your kid's grown up, but this all affects you.
Well, it does. Well, it affects everyone.
Yeah, everybody will be affected by the
everyone,
rules and
it
decisions.
affects the kids that we're putting out there that just strive to be a cog in a wheel. Right now, they're on TikTok complaining they can't afford a house. What's it going to look like when the boomers and us X's slip into retirement? When I say us, I mean me, not you two ladies. You guys are Zillennial somethings. But
I don't mind being
when we all
Xer.
slip into retirement and that Social Security wave hits, because let's face it, the boomers didn't have enough kids. Us Xers didn't have enough kids. And we know for sure the millennials and zillennials and purple hairennials, none of them have had enough kids. But that number of people on Social Security remains static.
Yeah,
there's just not as many
China.
people supporting it. China's going to collapse under their retirement program. I'm telling you, Mao Zedong wrote their obituary when he signed that one-child policy in. But what's going to happen with us? That we're fitting them to send them out into a world that, one, is going to make them so that they just make those people who are designing this crap richer, because those are the people that control the corporations. That all those people are going to be fit for. They're going to be fit just enough to go sit in a cubicle and process numbers or other things. They're not going to have any ambition or any of that to get out on their own, and they're not going to gain any substantial wealth.
So heavy, right, Monica? It's so heavy. We're just going to go down this catastrophic rabbit hole, which is reality.
I want to ask.
We want you to get us out of it.
Come save us. Come save us.
Tell us how you're going to get us out of this.
Let me ask you a question. How much pushback are you getting from the UEA?
Okay, so since I started getting involved at the school board, I've been speaking up at the State Board of Education and also at my local district, which is Granite School District. I've been speaking regularly. That's pretty much almost every month, at least at one board or another. So I've been around in these circles for 2.5 years now. And I've been speaking to the issues that we're speaking to now. And as far as pushback from the UEA, of course, I don't know if I'm pretty sure they're not happy with me, right?
You haven't got that funding check?
No.
I mean, they're not donating to your campaign?
No, nobody like the UEA has donated to my campaign.
And by the way, if you like Monica and you like what she's
Yes.
telling us, please donate to her. And
while she tells this story, I am going to flash her website up again. It is monicawilbur.com.
I'm sorry to interrupt you because I want you to go on, Monica,
Yes.
but we're also going to make sure people know exactly where to find you. And
Okay.
I say this in every video, if you cannot afford maybe to throw money her way, which these seats take money and they take time. So if you've got time to donate, make phone calls for her, get to know how you can help her. Her website's got, about her, the issues she's working on, the donate button. And Monica, this goes for all of our candidates. As the Tooele County Party Chair, my goal is to get you in front of the delegates at least 3 times. So we're going to cut this and share this with delegates, this interview, but we also want to get you out to Tooele County to sit down with them. And we also want to make sure that we're getting you, you're welcome to join us at our Lincoln Day, which is February 24th. And any of our meet and greets, like we welcome school board members to come out and meet the delegates while we're introducing other candidates, because it's not an easy race for you to have your own meetings. And we'll try to do like a town hall with you via Zoom so people can ask you questions and learn about you. And of course, we appreciate you being on the show. You're our first candidate for the state board.
Yes. And you can tell you're a writer. You probably wrote your website here, didn't you?
Yes, I wrote my website. Yes.
Very informative. You're laying it out for them.
So
hopefully,
it's amazing.
No one else's website I mean, you answer a lot of questions. You lay out a lot of your concerns. Yeah. District 10 is huge. You cover into Magna all the way out to Wendover.
Yes.
Is it more than one school district? Is it? I know it's Tooele County, but
yeah, that has Granite School District, Tooele School District, I believe, some of Provo School District. At any rate, I have West Valley, Magna, and then Grantsville, Stansbury Park, Tooele. It swoops down and it goes into Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain, and it's 3 counties. It's geographically, it looks huge, but it's not even. It's one of the larger districts. Some are larger than mine.
You think? It's huge.
It's huge. But
I mean, you're up into Box Elder. You're all the way down into what? Juab County, into Salt Lake, into Tooele.
Yeah, geographically it's large. There aren't, a ton of people in some of this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, in some of this district, but I've lived in West Valley for most of my life. I lived in Sandy for another portion of my life, and then when I went up to Utah State for school, I lived up in Logan, obviously, during then. But my family goes way back in West Valley. My
mine
uncle,
too. I went to Granger.
Too? Yeah. Oh yeah, Granger, right? Yeah. This is kind of where most of my family is. But I just feel like, as a lifelong Utahn, as a mother of 4 kids, I'm married to a wonderful man. He's in law enforcement, and he's been in there for 25 years, or not 27 years.
Which city? Or
for Salt Lake, he works for the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. So
my daddy was West Valley PD for 41 years.
Oh my goodness! Well, good for him.
My brother also is a deputy in Summit County, which is a whole different animal. That county is so blue, but I respect that a lot, because it's not easy to have. I mean, especially over 2020. you have to defend. Now you got to stand up for your kids in COVID and all of that. But now you got to stand up for your husband and his line of work, because our police were under attack. Our children were masked when they were the least likely to catch this disease or be hurt by it.
And to spread it.
Yeah,
The science is out now.
There was no logic. And you were probably praised because a lot of us didn't go to school board meetings, but when we watched moms like you get up and just speak common sense, it was like, let's applaud this because it's so rare now. It's so rare, especially in, academia.
You took the hits for us.
Thank you.
Granted, I don't have kids in school. My boy's 28. He's,
And the FBI was calling you a domestic terrorist there for a time. Any parent that went to these meetings. I feel like Utah is far better off than other states, and with our child ratio, with the moms that are just, they're mama bears.
It still seems like they're trying to come after us even harder because of that, I think, though.
Yeah, I think.
Because of our monoculture that dominates, because of a lot of things like that. It seems like we're a target under the radar where we feel secure. So we're kind of in a way, a soft target.
Well, and we have a moral people that are a lot of them are based on faith. And we are the enemy number one right now in this country. And hello, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for tuning in.
Yes, Grantsville's mayor's here.
We have the best community out here.
I'm telling you, we are the luckiest county. We have fantastic mayors up and down the roads. We have county council that is outstanding. City councils are outstanding. Our representatives that we send to the Capitol are phenomenal. We are very lucky. And if anyone wants to look to move here, the place is called Arizona.
Yeah, we're close.
Arizona. It's right next to New Mexico. If you're leaving California, what you do is you keep heading, you go south as far as you can in California, then turn left and go east.
Okay, settle down. You're rubbing it in, Jared, for those who don't live out here. Monica, please go on.
We've had we've made a lot of friends in this whole process. I know I have, and met a lot of like-minded parents, teachers, and just I think even students. Like, it's really interesting. You meet students that sometimes, like Natalie Klein and I have gone around the state. I think we've had almost 24 speaking engagements in just the course of 18 months. And we've gone from St. George up to Logan, and everybody sees what's going on. It's just a matter of like, okay, what do we do now? And, these aren't, the elephant is in the room. We have no other choice but to face it and to face it fully, not like the, you have the story of the 5 blind men, right? And the one is feeling the trunk and it feels like, oh, this is a snake, right? And then the one who just feels the tusks and says, oh, this is a sword, and then we need to be able to like make a full perimeter around this elephant to fully assess now what, because we've gotten to the point where like it's kind of a time for choosing. And if we can't pull back, and if we can't start just saying no to the extra, no to all this stuff that we're asking our schools to become. We have 200 high schools in the state of Utah. 70 of them have teen wellness centers. These teen wellness centers are providing clothing, they're providing food, they are providing washers and dryers. They're providing medical services, mental health services. To what end? And
are they unchecked?
Hold on. What's going on that's calling the need for this in these schools?
Parents don't know how to raise their own
kids. Do they
kids,
have some dog poop parents? Is that what we're talking about here?
Oh, no, I think the state is getting.
You get more of the behavior that you subsidize as the state. If you want kids to be dependent on the state, you start subsidizing these
tax what you don't want and incentivize what you do.
You've got those schools that encourage mental health issues rather than get in touch with the parent and say, look, well, you've got a kid struggling. How can we get on the same page and help you? No, come get your mental health from us without your parents knowing.
I do want to say there are a substantial number of kids everywhere who have parents who have addiction issues or other issues like that. So I don't want to negate the schools dealing with that because I don't know what the answer is.
Well,
obviously,
it belongs in the school.
Obviously, putting that's the point of contact for children. Obviously, putting children in a total state system, I don't want to see that happen. The abuses that I've heard out of that. How many of you have heard a foster care system that doesn't have nightmares in it?
No.
Have you ever?
Type of stuff should be done like in it's.
Me personally, I would like
private.
I wanted to see done in churches, but the access point for all children is the school. Because if you've got a dog poop parent, I promise you that dog poop parent hasn't introduced that child to the church.
Well,
Jared,
can I say something about that really quickly?
Yes, please.
We understand that schools are where the children are. Absolutely. But the problem is when the state starts partnering with these non-governmental organizations, with these nonprofits, and start undercutting the charitable functions that other institutions in our culture have traditionally stepped up to fill. And, it used to be where, I would, my kid has vision problems. Okay, I'll take him. And, you mentioned these, these parents who are probably not fulfilling their parental responsibilities. But the state, I think, is doing its part to take those responsibilities away from them and to also assuage any sort of, feelings of like, I don't know, I don't want to say guilt, but I think the state is making it easier and easier for parents to sign their rights away to the schools. And parents are meant to be, by design, the preeminent influence on a child and their life. And if the state is basically subsidizing behavior that incentivizes a parent to turn their child and their mental care and their health care and their basic needs care all over to the schools, we're not helping anybody. It's unsustainable.
Can I just mention that Mayor Critchlow, you might want to add him to your endorsements because he had a great conversation with Monica and went through her website, and she has some same ideas as I do. She has my vote.
Yes, Mayor of Grantsville.
He's
Mayor
very
Critchlow.
Conservative. He is our
He's not just
star.
Conservative. He's
reasonable.
Logical. He's a no BS mayor. I really like Mayor Critchlow. He does a lot.
He's the epitome, I think, of what Grantsville, that small town feel that's
you
growing
go into
so
his
big,
office and you're like,
but it's.
I'm in Grantsville, right? I can smell it. I can feel it. It's an aura.
Mr. Mayor, did you get my little present I left you? The poster that has your city on it? Just wondering. And O'Malley says, I'd like a Jordan Peterson course in schools.
12 rules for life in
schools.
4th grade?
I would like the Constitution. My kid right now in 8th grade will be taking civics tests. That is a high school civics test that every student's supposed to pass. And he's got a teacher that is amazing. She taught the Revolutionary War, and they're going through the Constitution. And he's really into it. And friends and I, we started a Patriot camp that we teach the Constitution and the founding. And we try to teach that very thing you mentioned, that individual importance, that every child is a blessing. They're a child of God, and everyone is capable of doing great, great things, that we're not a collective. We are individuals, free thinkers, and we're here for a purpose. Life has value, and God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't. All of us have value. And I feel like the more we encourage kids with that, and let them know that you be what you want to be. This is still America. And how many of these people that are billionaires who are overthrowing all of this, they only got there because of American principles. And many of them from public schools or even private, but they got there and they picked the ladder up right as they got to the top. And that is not the American dream. And it's dying. And our kids they're not even taught, let alone to love themselves at school. But they're not even taught to be patriotic, to love their country, to thrive. And billionaires are made to be animals and horrific people. And yet when we were young, you saw someone with a new car.
Not just that, but the college
excited.
is teaching them to be a cog in that billionaire's will.
Right.
To not question your place in the cubicle. You're supposed to go in there and sit there and run that whatever report. And
That's
it's got to be done as Friday. And then after that, you go to the local bar and you drink your martini and you forget about
You take your meds.
self-actualizing the freedom that was promised to you in this great nation.
Yes.
I hope that, I feel like you and I are thinking the same, and I'm excited to learn more about you. And I think that, there's obviously not enough time. We're already over with you at 20 minutes. I hope you're okay with that. No, it's our fault because we're
fine.
we interrupted you when you were on great.
We'll chat with you until 6 if you're good with it.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't have to feed all those kids I saw on your webpage.
They're feeding me nowadays. They're really helpful.
Oh, I like it. Hey, you've got a handsome looking family. Your kids all look great and healthy, and they look like they're confident kids.
Well, and self-sufficient adults. That means when we've done that, we've won at parenting, when we can raise kids who can not only be good humans in the world, but who can thrive. And they get as much out of life as they give, but they're taught at home that what they give is important, and that life is important, life is valuable, and it's not always about money. It's about personal success and knowing when you feel like you've done it, and that's you. And I like when you're looking in the mirror and you say, hey, I'm a good person. I'm doing what I love, or I'm doing what makes my family work. I'm sacrificing where I need to. Like, I just think that we're losing that in a generation if we don't stop it. So please tell me how you can help us stop it. Like what you foresee, what sort of policy needs to change? What
color is your cape going to be?
Is it a curriculum change? Is there
a theme song you prefer?
The United States government? Is it more funding? Is it limit what the influence of union, of the teachers union? I know so many teachers that want nothing to do with the union, but that's what you do when you're a teacher. You're part of the union. Right. Like, how can the state board, how do we empower young people, and how do we empower teachers who aren't towing the line with DEI?
Okay, so on my website, I do have kind of 4 platform planks, so to speak. And the first one is we need to prioritize foundational academics. That's how you get away from the DEI. The DEI is identity politics. We don't need it in the classrooms. Foundational content knowledge is key. And if we do not get back to that, it won't matter what else we do. So we shouldn't be assessing kids, grading them, scoring them on their mindsets and their values and whether, they agree with LGBTQ issues or not. We should be assessing them on, can you write sentences?
How many words per minute can you read?
You read books, right? Books that matter, real literature. Literature has been my big focus, and I've said this at multiple board meetings that I've gone to. Literacy is not possible without literature. We're just not going to have it. So let's not even pretend. It's not how many words you can read in a certain amount of time, which is what they tell parents. That's literacy. It's not.
That's what you retain.
Let's focus on the real stuff. My second thing is we need to respect the rights of conscience in the classroom. This is something Natalie Klein and I have been working on. We've been working on it for the past like almost 2 years now. But it's very important that, you know, in this era of where kids' lives have to be open books as a condition of them receiving an education, that's not acceptable. Your most sacred property is your conscience, and you have to be able to own your own thoughts. And, you know, every time you take one of these surveys, you are selling away a piece of your soul, essentially. And so
Wow.
This is not correct. This is not right. And so we need to protect kids and their rights of conscience. Natalie and I helped author a bill called HB 348, and it was codified into law. It passed in 2023, and it makes it so that the schools cannot violate your conscience as a condition of you receiving a public education. That was key to us, because before, if a student felt like, I don't want to participate in this activity because it's asking me to affirm that there's more than two sexes, right? Or it's asking me to affirm climate change.
Right.
Or for the other side, it's asking me to have a morning prayer or to pledge allegiance to the flag. All those things. Yes, that's a conscience.
Right. As your conscience is yours. That's, you know, your innate, strongly held, sincerely held belief system is yours and yours alone. And it shouldn't be one of those things that's up for sale to the highest bidder, you know, through some kind of contract up at the State Board of Education. And so we helped make it so that it used to be the district could say, oh, you don't want to participate in this because it violates your conscience. Too bad.
Right.
So the law was changed so that now the schools may not, in any aspect of school, violate a student's conscience or force them to participate in something that would violate a student's conscience or religious belief.
So they can't have an every Wednesday Pride March.
If they do, you can't be forced to participate in it.
Or you can't be given a bad grade for not. My question, though, is when did we start? I remember being in high school and not wanting them to cut the trees down next to Granger High. And I did my own little protest because they were building a neighborhood, and I had a teacher kind of guide me through it and be like, well, if you want to protest, this is your right, blah, blah, blah. Don't do it on school time. When did we start doing activism on school time? When this valuable time that these kids are marching, and I don't care if they're marching pro-life, pro-gun, anti-gun, anti-climate change, or pro-climate change. Why are we even allowing this during school?
That's okay. That's the next part of my plank, and we need to protect children from exploitation. And so there are a lot of people who, again, understand that school is where the children are. And if they can kind of shape and mold their mindsets at that young age towards activism. You know, you asked at the beginning, Jared, where did all the civics go? Well, the civics have been rebranded into what's called action civics now. And it's civics towards social change. And so the whole idea is to try to make it so that kids have to participate in an act of, you know, a socially conscientious way, whether it would be the cause of, well, we're going to make all the neighborhood grocers get rid of plastic bags,
right?
Or we're going to make sure there's not food waste at lunchtime because starving children somewhere, you know. And so, you know, I am firmly opposed to any sort of programs or policies or practices that encourage that type of behavior from students that provoke them to act in that way, again, as a condition of receiving an education. But that's HB 348 again. It says, you know what, if that activity violates your conscience, and a violation of conscience goes way, way deeper than just something preferential. You know, it's not like, well, I don't like math, so I don't have to do math. It's more of the idea that by doing something, you'll be forced to violate a sincerely held belief.
Yes.
And that's very different. And so, and
I remember, speaking of the local grocers bags. And we're all, I am old enough to remember when
We're the same age.
when they had,
I
I'm
appreciate
actually-
it. I
I'm
appreciate
actually
you being a
younger.
gentleman, but
I'm younger.
I didn't really have to go that far.
I remember in the early 80s when they were talking against paper bags at the grocers because we're killing all the trees and saying we've got to go plastic. And now we have come full circle. I literally, I think there's like big plastic and big paper that takes turns running our media.
Or there's just
Seriously.
idiots who are bowing down to the altar of climate change.
I remember
and-
this. I remember when I was young, them saying global freezing is coming.
Yeah, there was an ice
I
age.
remember
abound.
PBS once a week had like a info show about it, that global freezing's gonna freeze the world, and they show a cartoon picture of a snowball
And there's no
Earth.
accountability for when they're wrong. And
Oh,
again, it's all by design. It's that communist mentality that you will do what you're told. You will be an activist. We're going to supply the money. I mean, you see the signage that comes out of these schools. Nobody just, back in our day, we had a poster board and we drew signs that said, save the trees. Now these are mass printed. There's matching T-shirts. There's rows and rows and rows of people that don't even go to the school. And it's all funded by corporations that are or people that are dangerous to freedom and free speech. So please go on, because this bill, I don't know how much backlash you got, because I'm just reading the bill for the first time and I'm thinking, wow, this is a great bill. And it seems you're talking about not just religious freedom, but freedom of thought, which is common sense. That you had to put it in a bill baffles me, but that's where we are.
well, and it's also freedom for the child to reflect their home life's values in school.
Yes. Absolutely.
Whether that home life value is the same as yours or not, they're allowed to do that.
Yes, it's a win-win, like the way we presented it, because the state board, after this bill passed, they kind of worked overtime to try to undermine it through administrative rule. And so first they tried to write a rule that would have put all sorts of conditions upon when a child would be able to exercise their conscience, if the moon was full and, if all the stars aligned with Venus, et cetera. So, we fought that. We fought that at the state board, and we had wonderful First Amendment legal institutions across the nation who had heard about our bill, and who said, this is wonderful. This is something that we can get behind and we can defend in court, because First Amendment protections for religion are well established in American jurisprudence, and they are winners. They are winners in the courts of law. They are winners in the courts of public opinion. And so we were able to mostly fend off the attack on rights of conscience at the school board. And the way we presented it when they passed a minor rule amendment that would have made it subject to reasonable accommodations. And I could go on about that, but basically there were 14 conditions under which they could deny a child's right to not participate in an activity that violated their conscience. There are about 80% of Utahns who actively practice some sort of religious belief or have a religious profession of faith. But if you add up all the Utahns who have consciences, we're talking 100%.
Yeah,
This is
that's
a
the human
win-win.
condition.
What was that?
That's who we are as humans. I mean,
Yes.
God gave us each a brain for that reason, so that we govern ourselves with
Absolutely.
it. And our conscience is absolute. Does this bill work for teachers?
It does not work for teachers. It was the original code that our bill amended was only applicable to students. There are
People who were there involuntarily.
Yes, people who
Enforced.
exactly. And teachers have some rights of conscience that are protected. They can't be forced into compelled speech, for instance. So if you tell a teacher that the teacher has to use a child's preferred pronouns that do not align with that child's biological sex, I don't know if we've taken this type of case to court here in Utah, but in other states, it's been absolutely confirmed that, a school cannot force a teacher to use compelled speech.
In Canada, Jordan Peterson, he said, I'm not going to do it.
But-
I'm not going to be told what my freedom of speech is. And now they're trying to get him in a re-education camp, which you never thought you'd hear in
That's the issue with it, is teachers are already through a re-education camp. They went to
It's
our college.
Yes.
They went through our teacher certification process, which may as well have barbed wire and little Nazi guys guarding the door, because that's what it does.
But then when a teacher says, I'm not going to call you a cat because you're a human being, I mean, this again, common sense. And it's just two ends of the spectrum of insanity. You can go far right, you can go far left, and we're missing out on logic, which is right here in the middle. And a teacher doesn't have to be there. They can work for the school they want to work for, or apply for that school. They can teach what they believe in and use their conscience. But again, they're not forced to be there like a child is.
Right. And by extension, a child's parent as well, because, again, it shouldn't be, your education shouldn't be preconditioned upon you having to relinquish your right to conscience and religious belief. That is not only anti-constitutional, but I believe it's anti-Christ and it's anti-human. That is not what we are, we're not placed on this planet to jump through hoops because some bureaucrat 6 degrees removed from the classroom says that's the hoop you jump through. So, so that's what the bill does. And, I think it's a beautiful bill in many ways, because it's just that reaffirmation. Do we want schools to teach religion? No, because they can't even teach math correctly right now, or English correctly.
They're teaching climate change, which is a religion to some.
Yes,
without any rebuttal.
My
There's no
12th grader can finally read Jack and Jill.
Hey, can I just mention too something that I remember the Prager Institute talked about, and I want to bring this up is and you're a literature teacher. So I was amazed when PragerU went out and talked about how boys and girls, especially boys, are judged differently in the education system based on things that, you tell your class to write a short story, and the girls do their story and the boys do their story, and they turn it in. And a girl will write a story that's full of emotion and it's happy ending or love and emotion, whatever. A boy will write, about aliens conquering the world and there's explosions, and both are following the direction of the teacher. Both are thought up in the imagination of the student. And yet a boy will get a worse grade on a test because it didn't move the teacher. And that's making less boys want to go to college, less boys going into fields where, there are more girls enrolling now. And there's been more girls enrolling for a long time. Right. But there's more girls graduating and moving into higher fields. Well, there's more to it. It's more than just that. It is. Have either of you ever heard of Libby, the library?
Yes. The library app.
Yes. Have you guys been on there?
Yeah.
What are the pages that pops right up when you open it up? What are the books it suggests? It's like estrogen central. Like I shrivel up and I become, a
Judy
freshly.
Bloom. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret.
It's not even Judy Bloom. It is estrogen central. Like if a dude is reading anything off the first suggested pages on Libby, I'm just saying he's batting, but it ain't for the correct team. But anyways, no, but this is the stuff that is fostered in our society. It's all the suggested books are all something that, you have to have extreme estrogen levels to sit down and enjoy. Like literally, I go on Libby. I'm an avid listener
Stay
and
off
reader.
of Libby. Jeez.
And I have to scroll down. I turn it on and
You
just
don't
start
have
hitting
Amazon?
scroll. Yeah, but Libby's great.
Yeah, well,
But
you've got a
you
good point
see-
there. You've got
you
a good point
see-
there. Yeah.
And
Go ahead, Holly.
I think what he's saying is there is a feminization of our young men, and there's an expectation of our young men that they're men. They're not capable of falling in lockstep and doing what they're told, when it'll reflect in their grades by being free thinkers or wanting to wrestle and get dirty and make explosions in their writing. And I'm hopeful that parents are paying attention to it. So many of our young men can't read at the levels they should when they graduate, if they graduate. And if we're attentive to it, but that our educators are attentive to it, and that the Board of Education is attentive to it, so that we can fix it. Because we're raising a generation of boys that are not able to be the men that they want to be.
Well, and they're not getting those role models. Let's go back to literature. They're not getting those types of positive role models or those types of affirming life lessons like that are really, when I don't want to use the word affirming too much, because that's, kind of what people use when it comes to gender identity. But this,
no, it's an actual word. Please use it. We know the definition of it, even though they changed it.
Right. The type of literature that ennobles and enlightens and edifies, that's the type of literature that
or even excites a young man.
Right. Excites their imagination, and it helps them aspire to something greater. If I can throw in a book plug really quickly, one of the books that I feel like has been transformational in such a positive way, like for me and for my children, is The Virginian by Owen Wister, the first Western ever written, but such wonderful examples of masculinity, femininity, just the American can-do spirit. I feel like this is one of the things that our children, they're given all sorts of books, bad, not good literature. It's not even literature. I'm not even going to give it that label. These are trashy graphic novels or social justice handbooks that masquerade as novels. And our children are being given these books because, like you had mentioned before, Jared, I think that they want them to be basically functionally illiterate, only trained well enough to do the types of jobs that the state has, that the public school system has partnered with the Division of Workforce Services to provide a certain number of workers to fill these jobs that are in demand now. So
the cog in the machine, and they don't want to foster anyone who will bring competition to their bottom line. Or there's a couple other things. One, it's got to be a heroine. It's got to be a lady hero.
Yeah.
Right. That has to happen. And that's in movies too. And I'm sorry if you guys don't want to hear it, but the new Star Wars with dog poop, because she shows up and she's just magical and
Captain
does everything.
Marvel.
At least the old Star Wars, Luke Skywalker had to at least learn how to tie his shoes, and he failed once in a while. And it's boring. Even when I was in school, I graduated in 94. Even when I was in school, the closest thing we got to excitement was the Odyssey, or maybe some Salinger books, Rumblefish and The Outsiders. But other than that, they didn't broaden it a lot. Now the Odyssey is classic adventure book. I mean, it is classic, and I'll bet they don't go near that now because it don't get more masculine than him. And it, he's in a lot of ways he's got flaws, and you can see that he's kind of hedonistic at times, and he's violent and brutal. But now it's all, this lady, she shows up on the scene and everything's okay, and we got to tell the men they're dumb, and
she's better
it's our
than everybody.
Commercials, our TV, everything. And then they wonder, why are men falling behind? Or you see these women on Twitter, where are all the good men?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your schools,
your man is marching with a cat hat at some march about murdering babies, and then you look around and go, where are the men? And you're just like, are you kidding me? You've castrated the men of your generation.
They really
and these
have.
men want to be men. Like part of them, it's like the failure to thrive.
Mm-hmm.
Once they've gotten beat down enough, eventually they'll choose to be single, and then women won't get married. They'll choose to not have children.
The women also don't want them because the men aren't going to college to meet their level. 58% of women, or 58% of graduates are women. That's 58% because women want to date a crossed and up. And I'm not making a judgment call. They just do. It's ingrained.
It's
the
science.
cavemen give it to us. I'm sorry. But they want to date a crossed and up. And there's not enough up meeting their level. So how many of them end up, purchasing a lot of cats and drinking box wine on the weekends when they're in their 40s? Just saying.
Well,
and the men have been given this ultimate checkout when it comes to video games and internet pornography.
They've been given of you.
This ultimate checkout. So a guy can say, you know what, you're all good. Because I'm going to go home, I'm going to play Call of Duty, and then I'm going to, entertain myself for that 5 minutes, and then I'm going to bed. And that's what they're doing. The women are actually the biggest losers in this still.
By their own design, by their own making.
I
Sorry,
think
that's a lot to unload. Go on.
No, you're both totally on point, and our schools don't necessarily help make this situation any better. They do. They treat boys differently. They punish boys for basically acting like boys. I remember my kindergartner, my oldest, when he was in kindergarten, was his kindergarten teacher called me in to have a discussion with me about him. And she said, well, we have a problem. He's rolling on the floor. And I'm like, well, what do you mean he's rolling on the floor? And she said, well, he sits on the floor about 2 feet away from his desk. And instead of standing up straight, walking down and sitting down, he just kind of rolls over and then pops up and gets in his chair. And, I'm like, well, how is this problematic? He just kind of rolls over and then pops up, but she wanted him to pop up first and walk to his chair. And I'm like, well, he's kind of a boy. I don't know if you've had boys, but boys do things with their bodies. They just kind of roll or they jump or they do things.
And they've got energy. He's ready. A boy is, especially at that age, is poised to explode.
Yes.
That's what their bodies tell them to do.
Okay, let her finish. We keep cutting her off. She's never going to come back here.
It's all good. It's all good. No, you're right. Boys have a lot of energy. Boys, they don't necessarily learn in place, if that makes sense. And they're very active. They're very hands-on. It's not that girls aren't that way too, but I think girls kind of have an easier time being still. And when you look at how schools are organized, they are very much skewed towards that female way of learning. You have more female teachers than male teachers. And it's kind of easy to see somebody who just kind of behaves as a good learner, even if they're not. They may be obeying the rules.
They squeak by.
Yes, they squeak by. And then the boys, who want I had to learn the hard way, but my oldest really, really struggled with many aspects of school. And I think it's just the idea of putting this, square peg into a round hole sort of thing. And, and I learned after that, I kind of learned with him and through him that, schools already kind of standardize the learning process just on the curriculum level, but they standardize the whole experience on the behavioral level to make it more manageable again. Which, when I was teaching, I remember I had just this wide swath of students from all backgrounds and just, intellectual levels.
Where did you teach, if you don't mind us asking?
When did I teach or
where?
Where? I taught at Hillcrest High School. So,
Okay.
and it was actually, it was neat, but I only taught for a few years. And mostly because like I said, I was a debate coach, and the administration had come and basically said, if you do not have 30 kids in all your debate classes, their goal for debate was to have 30 kids in every debate class, and for me to be teaching 6 debate classes a day. If you That's kind of like saying, and the principal had compared it to typing. He said, everybody should take debate. It's like typing. And then he did this little thing with his fingers, like, do I know what typing is? Like he's demonstrating it for me.
I don't know. Call me and explain.
And
Thank you for mansplaining typing.
Yeah. It was what it was. And I'm like, okay. He didn't understand kind of how, debate is really something that's a niche. It's like, do we want every kid taking football? No. Do
It's
we
got
want
to be
Kids have to
sought
want
after.
it.
You've got to have
they gotta be
a hunger for
thirsty.
that.
Sure. You have to have an aptitude. You have to have a desire. It has to spark your interest, all those things. And, and so I kind of said, well, it's very difficult to do that because, I guess I could go market the program, but I'm not going to keep all those kids because they'll just figure out it's not for them. I could lie about it, but debate's hard work. Debate is a lot of dedication. Kids had to sacrifice their weekends for the vast majority of the school year in order to compete.
Well, it's
in
both
debate.
spectrums. They have to study hard, and then they have to do the other thing, which is public speaking. Yes. Neither of those are easy.
And a kid that's not hungry for it is wasting the time of the ones who are.
Throw that first stoner in that class, and that whole class is collapsing.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that bad about the stoner, but
what do you mean? He could get everyone
either
to agree
the
to
argument
pot.
is going to be the positivity of legalize it, or it's going to be he's going to disrupt it in the back of the room. But
that's what happens when you force something like that. It's like making a bunch of boys required to take sewing. Yes, it's important that someday, if they ever want to do this, they know how. But most of them want to go to auto shop because they want to know how to change their own oil and fix their brakes. They don't want to learn how to use a sewing machine. Some kids do, some boys do, and they're amazing. But you're right, it is a niche. Mm-hmm. And if the teacher teaching it has kids that are forced into it and not into it at all, you're doing more babysitting than you are inspiring.
Yes. Little disruptors.
Absolutely. Right.
I've got the biggest spokesperson thing for math, though, for algebra specifically, is that those boys that think this is dumb, I'll never use it. Army snipers use algebra all day, every day.
Well, I would like to mention that I got through today without using it once. So
Army mortarmen use it all day, every day. Artillerymen use it all day, every day. Algebra is hardcore.
Algebra is hardcore, but again, they've kind of hurt that and ruined that too with Common Core math, because now it's all integrated math. You have a little bit of algebra, you have a little bit of geometry, you have a little bit of statistics, and it's all tossed together in this salad, and kids don't get that continuity of learning the principles of algebra in a consecutive way, right?
Right, and the focus of that.
Yeah, it's not good, It's sad that all these good things, again, these foundational knowledge areas are being corrupted. And that's where the pushback has to happen. It's already, you have Natalie Klein up at the state board who's pushing back on this. She needs help. And, we have a lot of good state board members who are running this year. You've got Joanne Brinton down in the St. George area. You've got Cole Kelly in the Alpine area. You've got Chris Kimball in the Sandy and Draper and Cottonwood area. You've got Allison Robertson, and she's running down in that kind of southern Provo area. And Natalie Klein, of course, is running again for the state board.
Are those all people you endorse?
Yes, these are all wonderful people who would do a fantastic job. I think it's a rather unusual slate of candidates, because these are people who see and grasp the issues that are at hand, and they understand that, we're kind of at the end game here. If we don't start putting brakes on and in certain areas, then I don't know what we're saving the system for.
Right. You said right off the bat, if we go too far, it will not go back. I'm curious, Monica, does the state board have the ability to end Common Core, or does that require a governor and a legislature?
So Common Core is just basically a set of standards, and you have the state board that kind of I'm going to say outsources. They give the standards to what are called writing committees, and they ask
they're standards, but they're also procedure where this is a back end solution that you and I had to memorize as a kid for math, an example. This is like, let's go to the furthest end. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this to get the same answer. But this is nuts. This feels so crazy. And yet our governor pushed it, was good with it. And parents had to learn it along with their children, or they were useless at the kitchen table at homework time. And who brought that in? Was it our governor and the Governor's Association, or is it our school board?
Yes.
How do we get rid of it?
Governors Association, and you had the state board that was right on board with it. It's awful, and we're seeing the effects of it now. Like, you look at our proficiency scores statewide, and statewide you have fewer than it ranges between 40 and 50, or not even as high as 50%. I think it tops out at about 47 or 48% of kids who are proficient in math, science, and English. That means they are on grade level. And so, but our graduation rates are close to almost 90% statewide. So there's a huge disparity there between when you have fewer than half of the kids who can read, write, do math, do science at grade level, and fewer than half of those kids are, they
don't understand.
Half of those kids that are graduating are at those levels where they can't even do math or English or science at grade level. So that's a big problem. And then if you look at, these are some interesting statistics, and the data can show some things. The numbers don't tell the whole picture, but you look at my kids' school, where the English proficiency scores, I think they graduated, 77% of kids last year, but only 20% of those kids were proficient in English.
Wow.
10 in math. Think about that for a second.
That's insane.
% in math, and 18.5% in science. You want to know what it is out there in the Tooele area? You guys have better numbers than we do. But Grantsville High is 47% in English, so much higher, 39% in math, 34% of science, and yet that's still less than half, and in some cases, only barely above a third.
And that also means that these schools are pushing the kids out at the end of their 4 years to look good.
They've lowered the standard.
Or they just ignore it or
graduation
cheat it.
Or grades. I mean, they've lowered the expectation, whereas you and I, we failed a class if we didn't meet the standards that the teacher set, the curriculum that they set in the beginning. And now it's like, there's no F's. Let's try everything to get you passing. And they don't understand how to run their family account, or how to buy a mortgage and actually pay for it and manage their money, because math escapes them. The understanding of math escapes them.
Right.
That is heartbreaking.
Or they can't even get just your basic industry job and find any little bit of success in life.
Absolutely. That's right. And, a lot of these things, let's just put it this way. Your education, I think, a lot of times comes down to what you want it to be.
Sure.
But you are always free to pick up. Nothing's stopping you from picking up a book. Nothing's stopping you from looking up something on the internet and studying it, et cetera, et cetera. But in the case of our kids, where I think this kind of pseudo educational model is taking up so much of their time, where it's not just at school, but they come home and they're expected that home is just considered an extension of school. And the kids are like, no, I don't have any time. I've got to continue to do this. I have this assignment. I have that assignment. I have all these things. And it's like, okay, but what is sucking up their time and keeping them from the real education that they could be obtaining,
or the family time?
Yes, family time with friends. These things are important. Being able to have the times for kind of one-on-one interactions and
their hobbies.
Their
teams, stuff that's teaching them character.
Can the school board restrict homework time? Because I have seen it. Sometimes the kids come home and give another 2.5, 3 hours of homework on top of that.
Right.
And they've proven, it's been scientifically proven, that homework does not add to the outcomes at the end. It takes them away in every test they've done.
And a lot of times it's parents who are sitting at that table, and it's actually hindering a relationship for kids, because I know with the Common Core thing, I had to Google Common Core. I had to learn how they're teaching it to my kid. And I am not a patient person when my child and math are concerned. And I wasn't raised by a patient person when my math was at the table. And I feel like I'm fighting with my kid all night over something they could have done at school. But the curriculum is such that they teach 45 minutes into a 60-minute class, for example. The 15 minutes isn't enough time. Our school has since revised that. So my kids get reading homework every night. They got to read 20 minutes, and it's rare that they have homework. And that has totally changed the dynamic of our family after school.
One thing they can do to not have to give reading homework is have good books.
But this is it. The reading homework they don't send home what you read. They just encourage a child to find, if it's poetry, if it's a novel, if it's the Bible.
You have the kid pick up Charles Bukowski in fifth grade. You're like, I really enjoy reading it.
And what it does is it gives child, they know they got to do it for school, but I think I am trying everything to make reading a hobby for my kids.
No, that's good.
Other than the internet. But right now, they're just like, hey, I did my reading, or they're reading to me, and I need to find something to engage them where they don't want to put it down. But at least I know both my kids but I get the proficiency testing, the RISE testing. My teachers sit down and show me where my kid is, and they're proficient in reading, and I understand that. But like with my daughter, her retaining the information, she was so busy reading 250 words a minute. But what did she retain from the reading? So that's what we're working on. It's quit being quick.
She was just the process of getting to the end of it.
Get it done and try to do as fast as you can. But again, that comes with a little bit of reading each day that interests you, that moves you. And hopefully you'll get lost in that book and take an adventure that the internet can't give you.
That is a hard thing to do with boys, especially nowadays with
girls too.
Video games and the internet. Well, girls probably with the social media, but now there's something more entertaining. But again, I didn't discover the joy of reading until I was 18 years old. Another question I have is,
wait, we're at 6 o'clock.
I know we're at 6.
Are you okay, Monica? Because we are going to.
I'm okay. I'm all right. This is fine. Whenever you're ready to cut it off, we can cut it off. So that's fine.
And we'll cut your interview and share it. And share it with you, of course.
We'll share it with you. It'll be something you can use around, cut up, do whatever you want with. But the internet has changed a lot of things, and the internet has utterly destroyed our news media system. Because when they've got competition, you can go direct to source to get your news, or you can go,
I think it's
direct to victim.
Good and bad.
It's done good, but it's ruined our news media to where our traditional journalists have leaned into certain particular political values, where no longer do they tell you the story. They try to make you feel the story in whatever way they want you to do. And I wonder, because I've thought about it a lot. Right now, I can go and take almost any Harvard course on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I just don't get the certificate. And I wonder if the competition from this free market of ideas, like this Gutenberg press kicking off the 30 Years' War. I wonder if this hasn't affected our schools to where we see our schools, since the internet was born, really acting kind of kooky.
Yeah. 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 Let's talk about, the internet and the media cycle and all that. But before we do, can I just go back to what you guys were saying about reading really quickly? Cause I think it ties into it. One of the things we've done with our kids ever since they were little, and this is just me, I've always been a reader, but I've never liked necessarily kind of the direction that reading has been taken in the schools and making it into a chore. Like, okay, you have to read 20 minutes. Well, and anybody tells you have to do something, the little rebel in me says, oh yeah. Well, I'm going to do it, but I won't enjoy it, or something like that. And
it makes it a punishment.
Right. It feels like a punishment. It feels, and whereas reading is like, you look at Abraham Lincoln, like books were his friends, and that's what I think what we want all our kids to be able to want to read, just instinctively. So something I've done with my kids, and this is just part of our family culture, but something I've done with my kids is we read together. And I've read with my kids all the way through their teenage years. This is like I've read a lot of novels for the first time with my kids. It's for us, I asked my now senior, I'm like, do you want to watch a movie or something? He's like, can we read? Yes, we can read. And we've read, many great books when I was homeschooling him or dual enrolling him in 7th and 8th grade. I said, okay, for your English, go pick a book off our shelf. And he went to the bookshelf and he brought back Great Expectations. Now that's Charles Dickens. It's a book Dick, and he's
really,
yes. And he's like 7th grade, or I can't remember if that was 7th or 8th grade, but he picks it off the shelf. And I say, awesome. I hadn't read it yet, but it was on our shelf. Books are cheap if you think about it. You might as well have a bunch of them. And so we read that. He loves Dickens. He absolutely loves Dickens. We've read A Tale of Two Cities together. We read, A Christmas Carol every Christmas. It's just one of those things that first gives us that shared experience and helps us kind of have. It's really neat to see when you read a passage that is very inspiring or very thought-provoking, and to see the light bulbs going on.
The spark.
Yeah, the spark.
Yeah, Great Expectations.
And the conversations
teach the kid about heartbreak. Tell me about it.
That these kids will open up, and the conversations are phenomenal.
Does he read it aloud to you?
He will read with me. He can read out loud just fine, but usually it's me reading out loud and he listening, or he follows along with his own book. But, Holly was talking about how when the kids have to read and then they have to have to explain and like to show how much they've comprehended while they're reading. Well, I can tell you as a reader, when I'm reading a book for the very first time, and I am like a very wide and broad reader, I read lots of stuff, but, classical literature being kind of the backbone of that. But when I'm reading something for the first time, I don't comprehend it necessarily. I'm too busy focusing on, am I saying these, is my diction okay? Am I pronouncing words right? I usually know what all the words mean, but to be honest, in that reading process, I'm not absorbing as much as my son is, who can just focus on listening.
Yes.
And so his ability to recall and point out details, and I'll say, where did we leave off last? And he'll be like, blah, 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 blah. And it's very specific and I'm like almost down to words. And I kind of do a double take. Oh, you remembered. I had no clue, but, what, and he's, he was dating this girl for a while, and they would read with each other. That's what they would do.
That's amazing. And do you know how many kids, I know when I was a kid, that was my great escape from my brothers and from whatever traumas or relationship issues my parents had or whatever it is. And it was my great escape. And this is what kids don't realize, that you get lost in a book, especially a good one, you can escape real life drama and build your own adventure and your own expectations. I think it teaches individuality when a child gets to escape to whatever world they're in. If it's Harry Potter, if it's Great Expectations, it's they see themselves in those characters. They get good. Hopefully they're choosing good material, but they learn lessons from great people or great, what did you say? You've got the main character. He has to go through, trials, tribulations. He's got to overcome. He's going to have so many rough patches in the road. And even the Bible is teaching you all these things that Jesus went through. And yet he's Jesus and the resurrection. And these things inspire. They teach, but they also inspire. And that's what I think is lacking in our young people, inspiration.
Yes, inspiration. And, you were talking about this media cycle where everything is just boom, 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 boom. And it's, we're talking instant reactions and there's not a whole lot of depth going on, to understand some of these issues. And, a lot of it is clickbait. And then you have other like substantive issues, but without kind of that like deeper understanding of human nature and of the human condition, of what motivates people, of the types of conflicts that have been going on since Adam and Eve, right? Mm-hmm. These are the things that help shape, I think, a more fully informed and a more deeply perceptive take on what are we doing here? What are we really doing? And what matters most? And what is our part in this great, cacophonous noise that, we call life sometimes? And whether you're religious or not, although I believe being religious helps a lot, more than most people realize, but I do believe that either way, people need to find meaning in their existences. They need to have hope in this, in why we're here, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. Why do we set our alarms at night? If tomorrow doesn't hold something for us.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Why do we hang on?
Yeah.
Why not just give up?
Yeah. Why not? And, and I think when we look around and we look to, people who understand the importance of freedom in this whole process, because it's people who don't understand that having that, even if you fail, having the freedom to fail is key. It's absolutely essential. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes.
It is the best teacher.
Yes, absolutely. And schools don't allow kids to fail. Everything is artificial and everything is contrived. It is highly micro. And when I say schools, again, this is in general, but this is the direction that people who are controlling the things that filter down into the schools, they are micromanagers. They are meddling middlemen. These are people who are not accounting for that very human factor that at the end of every policy, practice, or procedure is a
they're not accountable either. They're not accountable. They're like bureaucrats who wait it out. Whatever the administration is, they wait it out or they change schools. And what's terrible is you've got these kids, you have got to give them a reason to get up the next day. And they've got to understand tomorrow is a new day, new opportunity, new hope. If we're not teaching hope, there's a reason that we have such severe mental illness right now in our youth. And there's a reason we're losing our youth younger and younger and younger to suicide and things. And I can't think of anything more terrifying or worse than that. And yet, if we want to stop it, let's stop it. And it's common sense. And let's teach them the value. We're celebrating mediocrity. And we're holding up people. We're holding up people and celebrating instead of saying, you probably should get some help. We need to help you. No, let's celebrate. And everybody has to agree that you are a cat. This is insanity. Yeah. And it's we talk about this probably every week. Mm-hmm. And our youth are the best version and the best example of what our future is. I mean, they are our future. And if they're this disconnected and they're this scared and this they just don't have any good leaders and they don't feel like they matter, our country's doomed.
Well, and also everything with moving the controls to DC, it's made it so that you're in a lump system with people who aren't from where you're from and everything else. So therefore it makes everything political. Where instead of, if it's local, it can be more social. It can be more, these are the immediate needs we need right here, right now. Where in DC, they're trying to take care of us right next to Baltimore, which I think Baltimore's doing great. They've got, I think, somewhere around 0.5% reading acuity in their different groups. I read somewhere, like they're failing at levels that Earth haven't. Right now, we could snatch some guy out of the Sahara and he's never seen a book and he'll read better than 99.8% of kids in Baltimore.
In an information age.
And
you can have instant information, and we are.
And Baltimore's the most expensive school system in the U.S.
Right.
It's the most expensive, and it's the failingest. So it's been proven time and time again. The more money you throw at it, the worse it gets, especially the more money government throws at it. But we want to get you out of here. We've had you on here for 2 hours and 14 minutes.
Thank you.
It's been a really
it's been a great chat.
Couple of hours.
It flew by. I'm going to share your website one more time before we cut you out of here. But I want you to, just give one last kind of spiel.
Like a little 30-second clip we can cut and make sure, because we've got comments from O'Malley.
Yeah, we want a yard sign. Someone wants a yard sign.
Yeah, she says, well, Midvale. Who's covering Midvale? Is that you?
Midvale, part of Midvale is, I believe Natalie Klein has the west side of Midvale, so that's not me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So O'Malley, wherever you live, if you're on the west side, Natalie Klein is the one that she has endorsed. And then if you're on
Natalie Klein is awesome.
Yes, absolutely. And it could possibly be, she might be in Chris Kimball's area, and Chris Kimball is amazing as well.
Chris is great.
Yeah. So, East Side, check it out. I'm not exactly sure who would be her representative there, but if
she's on the East Side.
Okay. East Side, then she might want to look it up, just like do Utah State School Board districts. And there's a map that comes up. So, yeah, and yes, Natalie Klein is like me, and I'm actually very honored to be compared to her, and because I feel like she's been absolutely fearless when it comes to advocating for just normalcy in the classroom. At this point, excellency is great. We could be excellent, that would be better. But if right now, let's shoot for normal, and let's hope that by doing so, we can get, something really good going. And I think that's key. So
was Natalie on the board when you started to be a commenter, or was she?
Yes.
So did you feel like she was listening? And did you feel like
Natalie has been a spitfire?
Well, I'm wondering who on the board is continuing the problems that we have. Or you probably don't want to drop names because you may have to work with these folks. But what type of,
just throw hand grenades? Come on.
Like what if you do get elected? Are you, Natalie, and however many seats are up, are you going to be able to make a difference, or is it going to be like a long drawn out, oh my goodness, we are just head to head constantly? Would you get a majority if your folks were to win?
Well, I think it's a win anytime you elect people who are willing to speak the truth. And so we can't always control for outcomes. I would love for this current slate that I just said of people who are running against the incumbents. I believe the only incumbent that should be reelected, that has earned the people's trust, is Natalie Klein. And I say that without reservation because I've been speaking to the state board. Like I said, like almost every month, I'm there, I'm providing comments. Once in a while, a board member will reach out and say, oh, that was kind of interesting. Can you give me more information? But very few are willing to engage on the issues at this level. I don't know why not. Why they wouldn't want to, because you think you'd care about public education, that you would want to engage on these issues, but there's a big difference, I think, caring about the public education system and understanding what, supporting policies that kind of support the system at the expense of the children. And the water, doesn't always get to the end of the row. A lot of times, here we're going to throw money at this and that and this and that. And they think, like you were saying, Jared, just push all the money you can into it, and that's going to make a good system. It does not.
No,
there's no direct correlation between those two things and causation.
Do you remember when Mark Zuckerberg tried to fund that one school in New Jersey in like 2010 or something? And he poured millions into one school and its rates dropped.
Yes.
It just plummeted because education like this, it's got to be holistic. It's got to be family, community. You've got to have a community that fosters them being successful when they get out and everything else. And so you can pour money into the school. It's like having a golden toilet. It only has one job.
I love that. I was gonna say, and maybe people don't understand, but when you're in a public meeting, maybe school boards can't, like, you'll comment. They're not allowed to necessarily, when public meeting, to respond or engage. But because it's a public meeting and it's supposed to be open comments, as many of you know, but it's the ones who reach out to you after the fact, where you have planted a worm. And he says this often, when we talk to candidates, the one thing his goal is to hopefully maybe be that voice when they are at a precipice in DC or at the state board, where they think of his voice, our question. Maybe we can make one tiny difference from a comment you hear during our show or a phone call that makes you set yourself aback and go, you know what? This is what the people are trying to have me understand. And this vote I'm about to make is not going to work with what the people that I represent believe. So it's like you're holding yourself accountable because something maybe we're doing. And we encourage people constantly to please get engaged, get involved, get in front of candidates. And this is our pulpit, if you will, to get people engaged, please. But it is so important that you're taking a time out every month to go to these meetings. So many parents did. And so many were even taking arrows. So many were not popular, especially in counties that wanted mask mandates or counties that want these books or this type of curriculum. Yeah. But it's those people that are engaged that actually make change. You make zero change by doing nothing. So I'm inspired by your efforts to run. I'm inspired by, Natalie and the arrows she's taking. And I may not agree with people 100%, but I sure as hell respect the people that actually do the work. And hopefully how much we appreciate it.
It'll be nice for Natalie to have someone on her side because she's had national levels coming after her. And it'll be nice to have someone to hold the bulwark with her because it'll be good for the state. It'll certainly be good for her because she seriously had the feds come down and try to coerce her, like the National Department of Education and things like that.
You're doing something right.
She's a known entity.
When you do that.
I'm sure her name has been mentioned in the White House. I'm not sure he heard it.
No. You should get in touch again with our Grantsville mayor. He doesn't offer an endorsement very easily. So he's endorsing you. He just said so. He's not on anymore. He's taking his wife on a date, but he's a good guy and
he's a great guy. Get out there and he'll get you in front of the people there at the firehouse.
Well, I will help him. I mean, that's kind of my job, is to get you in front of the people. And he is so helpful in doing that. And I don't know, we've got 3 of you that I know of. How many are actually in the race for the seat?
Let's see.
Republican
I'm
side.
running. You have the incumbent, and that's Matt Hymas. I believe you have another person who's registered as a Republican. I believe Camille Knutson is her name.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's
then the
from out here.
Yeah, and then right. I think they're both from the Tooele area. I wouldn't be running against Hymas if I felt like he listened to me. We've had conversations, and I've been very disappointed. I feel like if I felt like he was representing the right principles, especially like the Republican principles, of freedom and of, oh goodness, just consistently. I've noticed though this year his votes have shifted suddenly to the right. That's kind of oddly coincidental, seeing as we're in an election year. I don't know, what could possibly have inspired that shift. But generally speaking, he rubber stamps the agenda, and the agenda has got to stop being rubber stamped. We really need to be, it's not right. We have, 13 Republicans on the state board. You would not know that by their votes, and 2 Democrats. But when 10 of those Republicans vote consistently with the Democrats, it's not the Democrats who are voting like Republicans. And I'll just leave it at that. So,
well, in full disclosure,
that's a closer right there.
Matt Hymas is the principal of the school that my children attend.
You know what?
So
he's a nice man.
I've seen his principal's work as far as the charter. I mean, it's been incredible under his leadership. Again, though, I think competition and elections are absolutely what we need, because it strives to make people work harder and to dig in what their stances are, because accountability, at least for me, for him, for the people that are following us, you win. They're going to ask you in a year why you're not voting the way you promised us tonight that you would vote.
I also think voting out incumbents to make it so that nobody feels like they're getting into a profession. I do not want Congress or the Senate or the school board or any of that. Granted, I'm sure the school board's not a lofty career, but I don't want any of them to think that being in a legislative branch or any of that is a profession. I want them to think that I'm going in there to do my time to make sure that I can put forward a message for the people who sent me there. And then I'm going home to my farm as the founders of this nation designed it to be.
Right. We've got some excellent candidates, and
we do.
I'm excited. We're going to have everyone on, but I am super excited to have met you and to hear your platform and to just talk about, I mean, we're on the same page here, and I can't thank you enough for being here and staying so long, 2.5 hours. I am sorry that we robbed you of this time, but I feel like we won in this.
Oh yeah, every time.
I think the viewers won, and we'll try to hopefully cut this down a little so that we can.
I'm going to cut this one into at least 2 different shorts, and I'll probably pull some more shorts out of it, but feel free to nab it. Use it where you want it. Use whatever you want. Have your guys cut it into little bits, sound clips, whatever. It's open to you.
Anything you want to end with?
Oh, just thank you both. What a pleasure and what an honor. It's the first time I've been able to talk with you both, and I've heard such good things, and definitely not disappointed. It met and exceeded all my expectations. So I'm just grateful for the conversation that we've been able to have, and your insights on education, as well as kind of like, the larger issues that we're facing with our kids. And I just want to say that, your interests, your concerns are my concerns. We all want healthier, happier children. And we can't do that through 6 systems. So, and I'm here to do my part. And I'm just, grateful for this opportunity to be able to introduce myself to the people in your area and in my district as well.
Good. We can't wait to have you out here.
Monica Wilbur, District 10 for the state school board.
Yes.
Obviously a passionate mother, a former teacher, and an inspiration to a whole group of people watching today. I mean, I've never seen somebody be like, I need a sign.
Yeah.
Hey, how do we help
people
her?
want signs. So
Go to her website.
go-
If you can donate something, please do. And then the names that she's recommended are all on her website of people that she trusts and thinks that will be good to serve.
MonicaWilbur.com. Go check her out. Jump in, get involved. And this is your future. Your kids are your future.
All of ours.
Yep. Thank you very much, Monica.
Thank
You have a wonderful
Thank
night.
you for tuning in, everybody. We're going to
Yes.
see you next Friday, and 2:00 we start. And actually, I was going to have Celeste Malloy, but I believe they have to postpone. She's got voting and things going on in
Okay.
DC. Apparently, I don't know, border issues or whatever it is. And we didn't even get to news, so we're going to do that.
Maybe
next
one day.
week.
By the time we get to it, it won't be news. It'll be
Yeah.
history.
It's true.
All right, you guys.
Have a good
Have a
night,
wonderful night.
everybody.
Thank you again,
Thanks.
Monica.
Bye-bye.